All right, so Facebook and Twitter have issue with Facebook and Twitter. So on the YouTube, we're gonna be, whew, yes, so Facebook is gonna, it's not gonna broadcast on the YouTube. That's not right. Hmm.
35 years old, and my name is Ibrahim Traore. I am 35 years old, and I lead Burkina Faso. But today, I'm not speaking to you as a president. I'm speaking to you as your African brother who has something to tell you that no African leader has dared to say before. For 400 years, we have been separated. You were stolen from us, taken across an ocean, and forced to build a nation with your blood, sweat, and brilliance. But here's what they never told you. And here's what I'm here to tell you today. You were never forgotten. You were never abandoned. And now it's time for us to reconnect in a way that will change everything. What I'm about to share with you will shock you, inspire you, and maybe even anger you. But most importantly, it will show you possibilities that they never wanted you to see. I'm going to tell you about secret meetings that happened in the shadows, about phone calls that changed everything, about a plan that's already in motion to reunite our scattered family in ways that will reshape the global balance of power. Stay with me for the next 30 minutes, my brothers and sisters, because this conversation will change how you see Africa.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold
How you see America and how you see your own unlimited power. Let me tell you about a conversation that happened 2 years ago that set everything in motion. It was 3 a.m. in Ouagadougou, and I couldn't sleep. I was dealing with the pressure of running a country, fighting terrorism, challenging French colonial control. I turned on my computer and started watching videos of what was happening in America. I saw George Floyd. I saw Breonna Taylor. I saw young black Americans in the streets demanding justice, demanding equality, demanding the basic human dignity that should never have to be demanded. And as I watched those protests, something hit me like lightning. I was looking at myself. I was looking at my soldiers who fight against foreign occupation. I was looking at my people who refuse to accept that poverty is our permanent condition. The same fire burning in Minneapolis was burning in Ouagadougou. The same determination I saw in Detroit was the same determination I see in my young revolutionaries here in Burkina Faso. That night I called my grandmother. She's 89 years old, the keeper of our family's oral history. I told her what I had seen, and I asked her something I had never asked before. Grandmother, when our people were taken across the ocean, did we ever stop believing they were still our family? She was quiet for so long, I thought she had fallen asleep. Then she said something that changed my entire understanding of who we are and what we represent. Ibrahim, she said, every night for 400 years, African mothers have looked at the stars and wondered if their stolen children were looking at the same stars. Every harvest season, we set aside food for family members who might never come home, but who we never stopped claiming as ours. Every celebration, we sing songs for the voices that were silenced but never forgotten. Then she said something that made me cry. We never stopped waiting for you to remember who you are. That's when I realized that this separation between continental Africans and African Americans wasn't natural. It was engineered, maintained, and enforced by people who understood that our unity would threaten their power. And that's when I decided to do something about it. 6 months after that conversation with my grandmother, something extraordinary happened. I received a letter that would change the course of my presidency and maybe the course of history. The letter came from Dr. Aisha Williams, a professor of African Studies at Howard University in Washington, D.C. But this wasn't an academic correspondence. This was a deeply personal message from a sister who had found her way home. Dr. Williams had spent 3 years tracing her family genealogy. Through DNA testing, oral histories, and historical records. She had traced her lineage back to the Mossi Kingdom, right here in Burkina Faso. She had identified the village where her ancestors lived before they were captured and enslaved. She had even found the names of great-great-grandparents she never knew existed. But here's what broke my heart about her letter. She wrote, Mr. President, I know where I come from now. I found my village, I found my people, I found my history. But I don't know how to come home. I don't know how to bridge the gap between who I was before slavery and who I've become after 400 years in America. I don't know if there's still a place for me in the land of my ancestors. I read that letter 17 times, and each time I felt the same overwhelming emotion: shame. Shame that this brilliant woman, this descendant of our people, felt like a stranger in her own ancestral homeland. Shame that we had allowed centuries of separation to convince our family members that they were no longer welcome at the table. That night, I did something unprecedented. I picked up my phone and called Howard University. I asked to speak with Dr. Aisha Williams directly. When she answered, I said something that shocked her. Dr. Williams, this is Ibrahim Traoré, President of Burkina Faso. I received your letter, and I have one thing to tell you. You are not a stranger here. You are a daughter returning home, and we have been waiting for you. The conversation that followed lasted 3 hours. Dr. Williams told me about her life as a black woman in America, the constant struggle to prove her worth, the exhaustion of being the only black person in academic spaces, the pain of success that felt hollow because it required her to distance herself from her community to be accepted by others. But then she told me something that gave me hope. She said that when she discovered her African roots, something changed inside her. For the first time in her life, she felt connected to something bigger than American systems of success and failure. She felt connected to a story that began long before slavery and could continue long after the effects of slavery were healed. That's when I made her a promise that would launch everything that's happening today. I promised her that she would not be the last African American to feel disconnected from Africa. I promised her that we would build bridges, not just for her, but for every member of our scattered family who wanted to come home.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words.
What I'm about to tell you was supposed to remain confidential, but I believe you have the right to know what's been happening behind the scenes. After my conversation with Dr. Williams, I started a project that I called The Reunion. Not officially, not through government channels, but quietly, carefully, strategically. I began reaching out to successful African Americans across every field you can imagine. Business leaders, technology innovators, medical professionals, educators, artists, activists. I wasn't reaching out as a politician looking for support. I was reaching out as a family member, wanting to reconnect with relatives who had been scattered by historical trauma. The first person who responded was Marcus Johnson, a software engineer from Oakland, California. Marcus had been following my presidency and was intrigued by our Pan-African vision. When I contacted him directly, he was shocked. African presidents don't call random Black Americans, he told me later. But I explained to Marcus that he wasn't random. His great-grandmother had been born in West Africa before being brought to America. His success in technology wasn't separate from African innovation. It was a continuation of it. His struggles with racism in Silicon Valley weren't different from our struggles with neo-colonialism in Africa. They were the same struggle happening in different places. Marcus agreed to visit Burkina Faso, not as a tourist, but as a returning family member. What happened during his 2-week visit changed both of our perspectives forever. On his first day, I took Marcus to meet my technology team. These are young Burkinabe innovators who are building solutions for African problems with limited resources but unlimited creativity. Marcus expected to find people who needed his help. Instead, he found peers who challenged his thinking and expanded his vision of what was possible. By the end of his first week, Marcus wasn't just visiting Africa, he was investing in it. Not charity, not aid, but real partnership. He co-founded a fintech company with my tech team, building financial tools for African communities and the global diaspora. But what transformed him most wasn't business, it was belonging. He told me, for the first time, I wasn't the token Black hire. I was just a professional among other Black professionals. I felt normal, truly normal, for the first time. That's when I realized we weren't just building partnerships. We were healing centuries-old wounds of separation. Then came the phone call that changed everything. Dr. Michael Thompson, a top cardiovascular surgeon from Chicago, told me, "I've spent my career proving black excellence in medicine, but I've never had the chance to just be excellent without proving it first. What if we came home to build our own rooms of excellence?" We spoke for 4 hours about African-built medical schools, hospitals rooted in cultural competence, and African Americans returning not as donors, but as innovators. By the end, Dr. Thompson committed 6 months to Burkina Faso and promised to bring others like him. That promise sparked a network. He introduced me to Dr. Keisha Williams, a renewable energy engineer eager to build clean energy in Africa without US red tape. She connected me to Robert Jackson, a financial analyst who linked African liberation to Black American empowerment. Robert introduced me to Angela Davis Brown, an education specialist whose methods for Black American students could be scaled to millions in Africa. Each link added more. These were not people running from America. They were grateful for their success, but Africa gave them the chance to create something bigger than individual achievement. As Dr. Williams said, in America, change crawls. In Africa, we can build the future from the ground up. That's when I understood. This wasn't about aid or investment. It was about building a brain trust, a global Black network of excellence, capable of accelerating Africa's rise in ways no outside system ever could. The secret meeting. 6 months after my first conversation with Dr. Thompson, I made a decision that could have been career suicide if it had gone wrong. I decided to host a private virtual summit with 50 of the most accomplished African Americans I had connected with over the previous months. The meeting was scheduled for 2 hours on a Saturday morning. It lasted 8 hours. I opened the meeting with a simple introduction. My brothers and sisters, I have brought you together because I believe we are living through a historical moment that happens maybe once every 500 years. We have the opportunity to reunite a family that was scattered by slavery and to build something together that neither of our communities could build alone. Then I presented them with a vision that was bold beyond anything any African leader had proposed before. I told them about my dream of an Africa that processed its own resources instead of exporting raw materials. An Africa that manufactured its own goods instead of importing finished products. An Africa.
All right, folks. Once again, as usual, the show going to start at 1 p.m. Oh, sorry, 12. Yeah, sorry, actually. The show going to start at 12 p.m. So as usual, what we do on this show is we bring out the first video to show, and that video will also serve as a thesis. So if you can see, the title of this presentation today is say why Black or African people, collectively need to consolidate their power. Why Black people, African people, right, all around the globe, right, need to collectively consolidate their power, right? Looking at instances, all right? So this video is used as a thesis that we are going to look at as we progress, right? So let's take it to the message coming from the kings of kings, all right? The Lord of the Lord, all right? The greatest leader on the continent, not on planet Earth, sorry, not even on the African continent, but the greatest leader right now we have in the world, right, is Abraham Traore. And at large, also the leader of the AES. They are the greatest leader we have currently on planet Earth. And they are the greatest leader currently we have on the African continent. Among the 55 or the 54 nations we have on the African continent, the AES leaders, Abraham Traore, Tiani Geita, they are the greatest African leader we currently have, right? And next in line that we are looking at, hopefully, we found out to be truth. We are looking at the Ghanaian president currently, right? I hope he shouldn't be like Nana Akufo-Addo, who came into the presidency during his tenure. And when we first saw him speaking, or when we first saw him, spoke, we feared that he was a true Pan-Africanist. We feared that he was one of our own liberator. We feared that it was, the reincarnation of Kwame Nkrumah. But he deceived us. He was, as I would put it, a Lucifer, right? Also, when William Ruto came, we also feared that William Ruto was a reincarnation of how they call it. His name is there. The founding father of Kenya, right? The name will come later. We thought he was a reincarnation of him, but that became a lie, right? So we are hoping that John Mahama, right, will be one of our kings of kings. All right. We are also looking at the female president of Namibia. Yes, she's also in line. We hope she continue and she collaborate with Abraham Traore and the AES leaders. We are also looking at the president of Gabon. No, not Gabon. Sorry. Malawi, I believe. If I'm correct, somebody should correct me in the chat. His name is Boko. We are also looking at that. I think he's doing a great job. So all we need for his people to follow him. So pay attention to this video, all right? So today's discussion is going to be on African people worldwide, collectively consolidating their power. And I'm going to tell you why, right? And as you can look at there, I also put a looking at instances, right? So that's what we're going to discuss. Once again, this is WCC. We don't come here with opinion. We come here with current happening and then analyze, what are videos, what are articles. That's what we do here, right? We analyze, videos, articles, happenings, histories, and connect it to our current situation. All right, and then find solution to it. Let's continue.
That developed its own technology instead of depending on solutions designed for other markets. But I also told them that this vision was impossible without the expertise, networks, and resources of the African diaspora. I told them that African Americans had skills and knowledge that couldn't be bought with development aid or foreign investment. I told them that what we needed wasn't their money, it was their minds. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Marcus Johnson, the software engineer from Oakland, announced that he was ready to relocate to Burkina Faso permanently to build the African tech sector from the ground up. Dr. Thompson committed to establishing a medical school in partnership with 3 African universities, specifically designed to train doctors who understood both modern medical techniques and traditional African healing practices. Dr. Williams presented a comprehensive plan for renewable energy development across West Africa, powered by African American engineering expertise and African natural resources. Robert Jackson outlined a financial framework that would allow African Americans to invest directly in African development projects, bypassing traditional aid organizations and creating wealth for both communities simultaneously. But the most powerful moment of the meeting came when Angela Davis Brown stood up and said something that brought tears to my eyes. For my entire career, I've been trying to save Black children in America from educational systems that were never designed for their success. But what if we stopped trying to fix broken systems and started building new ones? What if we created educational models in Africa that could then be exported back to Black communities in America? What if we stopped being defensive about our children's potential and started being offensive about their excellence? By the end of that meeting, we had commitments totaling $75 million in investment, partnerships spanning 7 African countries, and a network of African American professionals who were ready to relocate, invest, and collaborate in ways that would have been unimaginable just 1 year earlier. But more than the money, more than the projects, we had created something that hadn't existed for centuries, a direct connection between African leadership and African American expertise that didn't depend on government approval, media coverage, or institutional permission. The opposition awakens. Of course, not everyone was happy about what we were building. Within weeks of our secret meeting, I started receiving pressure from sources I hadn't expected. The French ambassador to Burkina Faso requested an urgent meeting to discuss my expanding international activities. The World Bank delayed approval of a development loan that had been moving smoothly through their system. American news outlets began publishing articles questioning my radical agenda and warning about inexperienced diaspora involvement.
Do you need a loan for your business? Well, if you've been around for over a year, I'm about to show you how to get up to
in African development. But the pressure wasn't just institutional, it was personal. Several of the African Americans who had publicly discussed partnerships with me reported strange experiences. Dr. Thompson was questioned by his hospital board about potential conflicts of interest with his African activities. Marcus Johnson was asked by his Silicon Valley investors whether his African projects might dilute his focus on his American business. Angela Davis Brown received a visit from federal education officials who wanted to discuss her international educational activities. Robert Jackson found that some of his financial clients were suddenly concerned about his African connections. The message was clear. This connection between African leadership and African American expertise was getting too real, too powerful, too threatening to people who profited from our separation. That's when I received a phone call that made me understand exactly what we were up against. The call came at 2 a.m. from a number I didn't recognize. When I answered, I heard a voice with a French accent that introduced himself as a concerned friend who wanted to give me some advice. President Traoré, the voice said. You're a young leader with a bright future ahead of you, but you're making some choices that could complicate that future. Your activities with African Americans are being watched very carefully by people who have the power to make your presidency very difficult. I asked him what he meant by activities with African Americans, and his response chilled my blood. We know about the meetings. We know about the investments. We know about the plans you're making with people who don't understand the complexities of African development. These people may be successful in America, but Africa is different. Africa requires experienced guidance. Africa requires proven partnerships. Africa requires stability. Then he said something that made me realize we were dealing with forces that would do anything to maintain control. President Traoré, Thomas Sankara had similar ideas about African independence and diaspora connections. You know what happened to him. You wouldn't want to make the same mistakes he made. The threat was unmistakable. But here's what this concerned friend didn't understand about me. And here's what he didn't understand about the movement we were building. We had already crossed the point of no return. We had already tasted what connection felt like. We had already seen what was possible when artificial barriers were removed. Fear has never been my motivator. Justice has. And the justice of reuniting our scattered family was worth any risk. The breakthrough moment. Despite the pressure, despite the threats, despite the institutional opposition, something beautiful was happening that no one could stop. The partnerships we had formed were working. Marcus Johnson's fintech company had grown to 25,000 users across 6 African countries in just 4 months. Dr. Thompson's medical training program had attracted applications from 500 African American healthcare professionals who wanted to work in Africa. Dr. Williams's renewable energy projects were generating clean electricity in rural communities that had never had reliable power. But more than the projects, more than the success stories, something deeper was happening. African Americans were visiting Africa, not as tourists or aid workers, but as returning family members. And Africans were welcoming them, not as foreign experts, but as siblings who had been away too long. I'll never forget a conversation I had with a young woman named Keisha Robinson from Atlanta. Keisha was a marketing executive who had come to Burkina Faso to explore business opportunities. On her last day, she asked to meet with me privately. President Traoré, she said, I need to tell you something that might sound crazy. I'm 32 years old. I've been successful in America by every measure that matters. I have a good job, a nice house, financial security. But in the 5 days I've been here, I felt something I've never felt before in my life. I asked her what she meant, and her answer captured everything we had been trying to build. For the first time in my life, I felt normal. I felt like my success wasn't surprising. I felt like my presence wasn't questioned. I felt like I belonged in rooms of power and influence without having to prove that I deserved to be there. I felt like I was home. That's when I knew that what we were building wasn't just about economics or politics. It was about healing. It was about wholeness. It was about giving people permission to be excellent without having to constantly explain why their excellence was possible. The global impact. The success of our African American partnership started attracting attention from unexpected sources. Brazilian leaders of African descent reached out to explore similar connections. Caribbean nations started inquiring about expanding our model to include their populations. Even African communities in Europe began asking how they could participate in what we were building. But the most significant development came from within the United States itself. I started receiving messages from African American organizations, historically Black colleges and universities, Black professional associations, and Black business networks. They weren't just interested in individual partnerships, they were interested in systematic collaboration that could benefit entire communities. That's when I realized that what we had started as a conversation between Burkina Faso and African Americans had the potential to become a movement that could reshape the relationship between Africa and its global diaspora. My vision for our future. Let me paint you a picture of what I see when I imagine the future we're building together. I see African American students studying at universities in Lagos, Accra, and Nairobi, not as foreign exchange students, but as continental Africans accessing their educational heritage. I see African students studying at Howard, Morehouse, and Spelman not as international students, but as diaspora Africans reconnecting with their families' achievements. I see African American professionals who see Africa not as a continent to help, but as a market to engage, a community to build with, a home to invest in. I see African professionals who see African American networks not as foreign connections, but as family resources that can accelerate our development. I see African American retirees who choose to spend their golden years in Ghana or Kenya or Burkina Faso not as expats or missionaries, but as elders returning home to share their wisdom with their community. I see African American entrepreneurs who launch businesses that serve both continental African markets and African American communities, creating economic bridges that strengthen both sides of the Atlantic. But most importantly, I see young people on both sides of the ocean who grow up understanding that the Atlantic Ocean scattered us, but never separated us, that slavery disrupted our connection, but never destroyed it, that we are one people who have survived everything the world threw at us and are now ready to build everything the world told us was impossible. The personal transformation. I want to share something deeply personal with you about how this journey has changed me. When I became president of Burkina Faso, I thought my mission was to liberate my country from neocolonial control. I thought my job was to fight terrorism, improve the economy, and restore our sovereignty. Those are still important goals, but I now understand they're part of a much larger mission. My real mission is to heal a 400-year-old wound. My mission is to prove that families separated by oceans and centuries can still recognize each other. My mission is to demonstrate that when scattered people come together with shared purpose, they become unstoppable. Every conversation I have with African Americans teaches me something new about resilience, innovation, and the power of maintaining dignity under impossible circumstances. Every partnership we build shows me new possibilities for what African excellence can look like when it's not constrained by colonial limitations. But more than anything, connecting with our diaspora family has reminded me of something I had forgotten. We are not a small, poor country trying to survive in a hostile world. We are part of a global community of African people who have skills, resources, networks, and power that, when combined, can change the trajectory of human history.
If you have SNAP or Medicaid, you may qualify for a free iPhone or Samsung plus up to 10 gigabytes.
The moment of choice. So here we are, my brothers and sisters. We have proven that the connection between continental Africa and African Americans is not just possible, it's powerful. We have demonstrated that when artificial barriers are removed, natural bonds reassert themselves quickly and strongly. We have shown that African Americans don't need to choose between their American identity and their African heritage, and that continental
everyone
Africans
has a
don't
different
need to
story
choose
to tell.
between African
Shell, which
authenticity
says
and
it's
global
losing.
engagement. What we've built together in just 2 years is proof that the future we've been told was impossible is not just possible, it's inevitable. But inevitability still requires choice. It still requires courage. It still requires commitment from people who are willing to act on possibilities rather than wait for permission. The door between Africa and African America is now open wider than it has been in 400 years. The question is, will you walk through it? My direct challenge to you. Here is my direct challenge to every African American listening to this message. You have spent centuries proving that you could succeed in systems that were never designed for your success. You have proven it beyond any reasonable doubt. You have excelled in every field, overcome every barrier, achieved greatness despite obstacles that would have crushed weaker people. You have nothing left to prove to America or to the world. The question now is, what do you want to build? I am offering you the opportunity to build systems of excellence designed by Black minds for Black communities. I am offering you the chance to be founders instead of always having to fight for inclusion. I am offering you the opportunity to be normal in your excellence instead of constantly exceptional. I am not asking you to abandon America. America is part of your story, part of your strength, part of who you are. I am asking you to embrace Africa as the other part of your story, the other source of your strength, the other piece of who you can become. You don't have to choose between America and can be bridges between them. You can be connectors, facilitators, translators who help both communities understand what they can learn from each other and build together. But I am asking you to make a choice. I am asking you to decide whether you want to remain spectators to African development or participants in African transformation. I am asking you to decide whether you want to continue to be successful within other people's systems or co-creators of new systems that reflect our values and serve our communities. The promise. If you answer this call, here's my promise to you. Africa will not treat you as saviors, but as family returning home. Your American experience will be honored, your skills and networks valued, and your identity embraced in full. African American and African together. We are not building symbolic projects, but real businesses, institutions, and systems that will last generations. And you will never walk this path alone. Every step you take toward Africa, you'll find African hands reaching back to meet you. The final invitation. My brothers and sisters, you were stolen, but never forgotten, scattered, but never abandoned, forced to build others' dreams, yet you never lost your own. Now, after 400 years, you have the chance to come home, not to a museum of the past, but to a workshop of the future. An Africa of innovation, enterprise, and unstoppable youth. An Africa your ancestors dreamed of and your grandparents longed for. The reunion is happening. The only question is, will you be part of it? Come home, my brothers and sisters. Your family is waiting. To every African American watching this, you are not visitors here. You are not guests. You are not foreigners seeking permission to belong. You are returning family members, and your place at the table has been reserved for 400 years. The only thing we're waiting for is for you to take your seat. Call to action. If this message has touched something in your heart, if it has awakened something in your spirit, if it has reminded you of dreams you thought you had to abandon, then share it. Share it with every member of our scattered family, because this conversation is bigger than any individual, bigger than any video, bigger than any platform. This is about family finding each other after centuries of forced separation, and that reunion requires all of us to participate.
Okay. I'm laughing, right? But it's very serious, encouraging, touching. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. That is why Abraham Tuari is the kings of Kings. It's the law of the law. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on. Don't disturb my life. All right. Once again, family, this is Frank. I am your host. This is the Revolutionary Repatriation Educational Lecture Series aspect of WCC every Saturday from Sunday to Saturday now, right? Yes, because Nkima spoke with me. Because of his schedule, we have to change, right? The Saturday show to Sunday, and then the Sunday show to Saturday, right? So because I have other activities, for Saturday, so instead of 1 p.m., I brought it to 12. So I know we can be here. Those that will be here will be here, and then those that will not be here will watch the recording later, because this is WCC. We don't disappoint, right? Now, today's topic, it says, why is a question. Now you can answer it. If I'm wrong, you let me know. And if I'm right, then we get on the boat. We keep moving, right? Now, it says, why? And now, as you can see, first of all, let me make this clear, all right? This is not my own word, all right? So if you see it's in quote, it's in quotation, right? So that it won't be like I stole somebody's word. But you're going to see that particular video in this discussion today. So, in quote, why Black people or African people, right, should collectively consolidate their power? Why should we unite? In simple terms, why should we unite? Now, that's a big question, because everyone in this world, every race, they are united. They are uniting, right? But somebody may say, why you only say Black or African people? So, is there only African people or Black people in the world that need to unite? No. The answer is no. The reason why we say why we should unite, it is because only Black people around the world are not united. Other people are united, just like in the Bible, right? When Rebecca gave birth to Esau and Jacob. This is WCC, right? If you take it to the Bible, we are there. And then where you go, we are there. That's the thing about this new generation, right? Now, when Rebecca was pregnant, it was prophesied that, right, there are two manners of people in there. Two manners of people, right? That means they are different. They are not the same. Character, behavior, blessing. I mean, everything was different. Thinking different. There are two manners of people. Now, those of you who are Christian, this goes to you. There are two manners of people from the same womb, from the same pregnancy, from the same sperm, but they were two different people. Two distinct people. Get that clear? So, when they were born, one was described as Esau. Red, with head garment, with hair all over his body, right? That's why it says the first one came out red, and the first one was described. There was a description of the first one, which came out red with hair all over his body. Now, the second one came out. Why? When the second one came out, there was no description. Why, when the second one came out, there was no description like all blue, yellow, green. But the first one was described as red, Esau, right? Then when Jacob came out, Jacob was never described. Do you know why? A lot of Christians can't answer that question because a lot of Christian preachers, they go to a school called theological school that is controlled by Esau. The narrative is given to them by Esau. So when they go preach, they preach according to what Esau told them to preach because Esau paid them. So when the second one came out, the reason why there was no description, I'm not preaching, right? But let me make this clear. When the second one came out, the reason why there was no description, because everyone, every being, everyone that lived at that time, even including Rebecca and the person that impregnated Rebecca, they all look the same as Jacob. That is why there was no description. But when Esau came out, no one there looked like Esau. No one was red. That was the beginning of the rare human being to which the Bible called Esau. Also, how they call it? Or Edom, the Edomite, the Babylonian, the Roman. The name can go on. Right? So that's why when Jacob came out, there was no description because everyone looked like Jacob or Jacob looked like everyone. Okay? So there were two manners of people, two distinct. They were not, the character, their behavior, their blessing were not the same. Right? So, in clarity to that, so before you ask me why only black people should unite, black people should unite because black people are the people that are not united. Other people are united. And they are doing things in their unity. And they are doing things not counting black people to be part of them. When they are talking about unity in their unification or in their war, right? Black people are not counted in their war. Two manner of people, but distinct character, distinct behavior, distinct blessing, distinct characteristic, right? Distinct complexion, right? Now, let's continue. I want to make that clear. So don't ask me why only black people should unite. Now, the reason why I came out with this topic today is because let's go to South Africa. Now, like I said, today there's no article, right? But we are going to see videos, histories, and analyze it. Because black people are the only race or the only people on planet Earth quick to forget. They're quick to forget. They're quick to forget. Very quick to forget. And because we're quick to forget, that is why we are always put in a situation that we are always in. We're quick to forget because we are always put in a situation. That is the reason why we are always put in a situation that we are in by the same people. Two manners of people are in that womb. Because Jacob keep forgetting about the behavior of Esau against Jacob. That is why Jacob is always put in a situation Jacob is always in by Esau. And that is why we were warned to be careful of Esau. They told us, the same Bible you read in Isaiah told us, be careful of Esau. Esau speaks so kindly. Esau speaks so warm. Esau's voice is soft like butter. Esau's voice is soft like oil. But be careful of Esau, because war is in his heart. Sword is in his hand always against Jacob. But we forget these things. That is why Esau always conquered Jacob. Now, when I say Jacob, you know who I'm talking to, the descendant of those people, right? Now, let's continue. I'm just opening your mind. So let's go to South Africa. You know, some few months, like just a few months back, when the current prime minister for Israel, or the leader for Israel, right? The 1948 Israel, not the biblical Israel. Because there's a difference between Israelites and Israel. Israelites hide the nation of your Bible. Israelites hide the 12 tribes of the same Bible you read. That was never called Bible until around the 1600. It was called the law. That was what given to the Israelites, not Israel, but the Israelites, the 12 tribe. There's a difference between Israel and Israelites. Most Christians don't know that. So when they hear Israelites, they are thinking it is the people who live in Israel. No, they are called Israelites. The people that currently live in Israel are called Israelites. They are not Israelites. Israelites are a nation. It is a nation of the Bible, the 12 tribes that are scattered around the world. They are nation. How we get that? We're not preaching. But this is WCC. We know the Bible. We did not go to theological school, but we read as well. We read the Bible. We quote scriptures. Little here, little there. Right? Precept by precept. That's what Isaiah says in order to understand the Bible. Don't read one scripture like John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believed in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. Boom! Then he said, yeah, God said he loved the world. No, you misquote it. Because before John 3:16, there is John 3 verse 1 to 14 or 15. You skip the concept of John 3:16. You skip the concept of John 3:16, of who John 3:16 is addressing. Boom. Then you came. Jesus came and died for the world. But then when you read Matthew 15:24, Jesus himself said, I was only sent for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Jesus said, I, Jesus, I, the Son of Man, was only the underlying word, only sent, S-E-N-T. That's the New Testament, Matthew, right? But the New Testament is quoting from the Old Testament, S-E-N-T. That's the past tense. Now, you read the same John 3:16, but you don't preach and you don't explain it to your congregation. It says, for God so loved the E-D. The love is in the past tense. E-D is not talking about the present. So who God loved in the past? Because you will come and say, oh no, the Old Testament will do away. But the New Testament is actually talking about the past. It's quoting from the past. It's in the past. So then the question began, who God loved in the past? Because it said in the past, L-O-V-E-D. For God so loved, E-D, the world. E-D, the world. E-D, the world. Right? Who did he love in the past? Then you have to go to the Old Testament and find out who he loved in the past. That is what Isaiah said. In order to understand the Bible, the law, it was never called Bible. It was the law that was given to the Israelites, the 12 tribes. Israelites, like we said, they are nation. It is a nation. It's different from Israel, the people that are there. Israelites is different from Israeli. The people that are in Israel right now, they are Israeli, right? They are the same European who settled there in 1947, 1948, right? So, in order to understand John 3:16, you have to read John 3 verse 1 to 15. Then you will get it. And also, in order to understand that, you have to read Romans. Then you will understand. You have to read Deuteronomy. Then you will understand who that John 3:16 is talking about. Because Matthew said, Jesus himself said, he did not die for the world. W-O-R-L-D. He did not come for the world. He came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Now, if you want to understand who are the lost sheep of the house of Israel, then you have to read another scripture. That is what Isaiah said. In order to understand the Bible, you have to read little here, little there, precept upon precept. Because the entire Bible is quotation from different books. Because even Jesus himself quoted when he was talking to Nicodemus, John 3:16 verse 1. There was a conversation going on between Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews, that is established in verse 1. They make that clear to you. Let's continue. Now, we are not here for that. But again, like I said, right? If you take it to the Bible, we will go there. This is all relating or connecting to the topic that we are coming to discuss today. Now, you see, the reason why, like I said, I plan not to talk about South Africa, but sometimes it's just difficult to ignore the struggle of your people, right? There's a reason why I'm going here. There's a reason why I went to Rebecca. There's a reason why I went to Esau and Jacob. There's a reason why I said, like the Bible said, there are two manner of people in our same womb, right? Rebecca was pregnant by one man with the same sperm, right? There's a reason I went there. So let's go to South Africa now. You know, a few months back, Netanyahu said that Benjamin, right? He said, when they are done with the war, when they are done destroying Israel, when they are done destroying Gaza, when they are done destroying Palestine, Africa will be next. Pay attention. We spoke on that here. You see, we African people, again, let me repeat this. The reason why Esau continue to do what they are doing to us is because we never ever keep our history. It's because we are always dumb. It's because we always want to include other people. It's because we always want to draft other people in when other people never draft us in. But we want to draft people in always. And those we want to draft in, they never draft us to there. And that is why they always continue to have edge over us. And it is in the Bible. Again, the same book you read is written there. You were warned, but you failed to listen to the voice of your forefather. You fail to listen to the voices of your forefather. That is why we keep going through what we keep going through until we can repent and listen to the voices of our forefather. Esau will continue to dominate us till the end of days. And I'm telling you here straightly, until we can turn around back and listen to the voices of our forefather and go back to our history, Esau will continue to dominate us. Esau will continue to do what they are doing to us, and Esau will never relent. I'm telling you, we will continue to go through what we're going through. We will continue to suffer in the hands of Esau. We will continue to suffer in the hands of the Edomites. That is the truth, I'm telling you, because we fail to listen. We always want to bring people in. No, we want to drag people in, but people never drag us. We only want to bring people along, and they don't carry us along. That is why they are successful. We don't focus on us, they focus on them. Benjamin Netanyahu said, when they are done destroying Israel, Gaza, Palestine, then Africa will be next. Now it is happening now. It is happening now. It is happening now. This is why I came out of this topic, and I was able to put few things together. Recently, as we see around the world, what is happening? France has failed. In fact, France is a third world country. The only reason why they are still standing is because, you know, when you have your house full, right? When you have your house full with looted property, with looted food, with looted, what's all you think about that you looted, that you exploited, right? From other people. Now, if the source of their exploitation is cut, is seized, right? What happened? What happened? Things become scarce. Because you are looking at 5 years from now, 10 years from now, the food in here that we store is going to finish. And we're going to perish. We're going to go to the third world. That is what happened to Europe. That is what happened to France. That is what happened to America. But you see, Esau, they are united. They think because they listen to the voices of their forefather. What their forefather did from the day of Rome, the Roman captivity, the Persian captivity. Look, they go back to history. In the Roman captivity, they did it against black people. The Persian captivity, they did it against black people. And now, slavery. The 1600, they did it against black people. The transatlantic slave trade and the Arab slave trade against black people again. We are not listening. We are not reading. We are not watching. We are not taking anything in. And now they are coming again 2025 because they are failing. Their empires are failing. Whenever, you see, when the Roman Empire was going down, they found a way to rise up, and they used black people again to build another empire. Right? They did it. And today again, while the American Empire, the European Empire, they are failing again. Just how Rome fell. But they used and built another empire of them. Now they are coming again. Their empires are failing, are crumbling. The little resources they have in stock, 5-10 years from now, it's going to be done with. They know it, they study have been done. So what they are doing now is, listen, at this time, the first time we tried to seize Africa, The first time we tried to eliminate them, the same way we came to North America, we drove away black people and settled here and killed them with miso, with chicken pop. The same way we took Mexico from there to there, California and those places. We took it from there to there, Hawaii. Do you know that in the 1900s, Hawaii was a state, a nation by itself in the 1900s? With its own leader and constitution? A female president? Hawaii in the 1900s recently. They dissolve it, ran them out. Do you know that? And today we are seeing the same pattern again coming to happen on the African continent. And we are sitting, watching, and doing nothing. Folks, in South Africa, as we speak, the Israelis, not the Israelites, don't get it twisted. The Israelis, not the Israelites. They are not Israelites. Those that are there, the Bible describes them as synagogues of Satan. They are Satan. Right? Millions of them or thousands of them have left Israel. They are now trooping into South Africa, where today is called Cape Town. And Cape Town is controlled by the DA, called the Democratic Alliance. White. The same people who sat down and wrote stories, lies, and came to Donald Trump and gave it to Donald Trump about white genocide in South Africa. And Donald Trump called his puppet, Ramaphosa, who came, was unable to defend black people. Because I don't want to say South African. Because the white South African, they were being they were in defense, right? Because they have leader again. Now, let's go to my point of the topic today. Why we need to consolidate our power. Because you see, whatsoever Esau, the race of Esau, the descendant of Esau, the descendant of the Edomite, whatsoever they are in the war, they know each other. They protect and defend each other. Since when have the White House, since when have European nation or Western nation called African leaders? Since when have they called African leaders? Of the atrocity going on in DRC Congo. Let me stop this racist idiots here. Let me see what I can do to block you. All right, bound. So you will no longer come here. Thank you. Thank you. You see, as we speak, you see what I'm talking about? The same thing we're talking. This is one of the racist white or the racist Edomite, Esau, that was on the platform right now. But he's blocked. He's gone. Never. He'll be here. So you see that? The same thing we're talking. So you see the same thing we are saying. They never dropped us in, but we always want to drag them in. And you see the thing about history, whenever you want to talk about history, because their history is horrible, and when you talk about it, they feel guilty, and because they don't want to feel guilty, they don't want to feel that guilt, they don't want you to talk about it. But he's not going to divert me. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. So you see what happened in South Africa right now, right? Thousands of Israelis are trooping into South Africa. And you see, the reason why they are trooping into South Africa without no immigration, because Africa, we do not have, look, there is no nation in the world Whether on the African continent that protect Africans. No nation, nobody, no leader. Why will Africans, before you travel to other nations, you have to pass through immigration? They have to strip you naked. They have to check you everything, check your name, your biography, this, that, background, this, that. But these are the same Esau, the Edomite, that are trooping into Africa. No immigration. No immigration. No question. And you see, a lot of medias, black medias are speaking about this, bringing on awareness. So what I did, I went on the internet because this is WCC. We don't come out with opinion. I went on the internet to search. But guess what? Every research that I did was Esau, because they control the internet, right? Was Esau who was in the defending and said there is no article about white people going to South Africa. There is no, because the reason why they delete these things, the reason why they block it is because they don't want for African people to gain awareness of history, to stop this, to rise and say, no, we can't allow these people. They don't want it. So they block it, they put stop to it, they blacklisted those things. So you will not see articles. Okay? You won't see articles on it that Israelis are leaving and they are coming to Cape Town. And let's go to the blacks of Africans. The last time we watched, you were chasing away all Africans. You are chasing Zimbabwean. You are chasing Nigerian, Ghanaian, right? From your country, you call your so-called country, that they should leave. They are the cause you can't get job. Who control the job in South Africa? Who control the job? Who have the job? Who hire who? But you say, these people are the cause you can't get job. They are the cause your economy is not rising, or you are in a bad worse condition and so forth and things. But now the intruder who wants dehumanize you, shot you and kill you. If you watch a movie Sarafina, apartheid, the same people who brought apartheid on you, and today there is an area in South Africa called the Arena, where it says white only, no black allowed. White only, no black allowed. These same people are coming again. Now, the reason why I'm saying that, or we are speaking on this, because, listen, the same thing they did after they came 1948 or 1947 and created a fake Israel and sat down there. And today, they begin torn in the flesh of the Middle East. Even though there was no Middle East before, they created that Middle East with the narrative that they put in a book to cut away, right, the Garden of Eden, to fit their narrative, right? The Akubu land to fit their narrative, right? They came out with that Middle East. So you have seen how the descendant of the Edomites of Esau destroyed the Middle East, South Africa. If you allow these people to come out that the way they are doing and settle in South Africa, first of all, they do not have resources to where they reside all over. They don't have resources. You allow these people hold ground in South Africa, in our Cape Town. You've been chasing Nigerian, Ghanaian, Zimbabwe away. They're going to root you out of South Africa. Because now they have ground. And mind you, if they settle, you don't have nuclear power. These people have nuclear power. Because the same people in how they call it, the Asia today, are the same European. Okay? The Caucasian. And they have nuclear power. They have nuclear weapon. So the nuclear weapon in the US, the nuclear weapon in UK, the nuclear weapon in how you call it, Australia, they're going to draw everything. Because the truth is, this empire are going to fall. They are already crumbling. So they are finding a way to get themselves on the African continent to start the new empire. And once they sit there, once they sit on the African continent and sit and have huge land and have their government and have their people and they have the military, the military might or the nuclear power, you don't have it. The first thing, not just of Africa now, they're going to run Zimbabwe out. They're going to run all the country in our region out. And they're going to come. They're going to keep coming. They're going to keep coming. They're going to keep coming to the west. They're going to keep coming to the east, to the north, and they will run us out because we don't have that military might. We don't. We don't have it. So the children of Esau will continue to win over the children of Jacob, Abraham, because we never learned, because we want to always bring people in. We want to draft people in. They never draft us in. If they were drafting us in, why would they create HIV? Why would they create TB? Why would they create Ebola? Why would they create bioweapon? Targeted on our community, on our continent, on our nation, and black area. Why would they target these things? Why would they target certain food to go to certain community? Why our community are underfunded? Schools, hospital, you name it, to go at last to the African continent. If it was about drafting us in, why the laws are different? The crime are the same, but the law apply, the justice system apply are different. Yes, let's go to Rebecca. 2 manners of people are in the womb. The same justice system, the same crime, but the sentence are different. The charges are different. Why? 2 manners of people are in the womb. They are separate. We fail to listen, black people. And if we don't learn, we don't go back to our history, we don't go back to our forefather, we will continue to be in this perpetual dehumanization from the descendant of Esau. That is why in the 1884 Berlin Conference, the lies word that was spoken by Esau, by the Edomite, by the descendant of those people, right? What they say, their descendant will make sure Africa and her descendant will never rise. Will never rise. That was what Esau put there for their descendant. That was what the Edomite put there for their descendant. Because and their descendant, right, are going by it. Why? Their descendant listening to their forefather. Their descendant listening to the history their forefather left. It is only black people. And let me say this. In a race who neglect their forefather, in a race who neglect their descendant, any race who neglect their heritage, any race who neglect their culture, any race for that matter, you are doomed for failure. Because you know what? Any culture you accept, you become a subspecies, and you will never be as equal to the culture you are accepting. You are subspecies to that culture. So the way of judgment, the weight of inclusiveness will not include you as the people who actually have that culture, the people who actually have identity with that culture. You will be subspecies to that culture. You will never have the same treatment as the people who have that culture. That is why we black people, we are lost, because we want to follow people. The Buddhists, where I come from, we say that the Chinese practices, right? If an African man is practicing Buddhism, if a black man is practicing Buddhism, you will become a subspecies to the people who practice Buddhism. You will never be looked at as equal as the Chinese man. Because listen, that is their heritage, that is their culture, that is their identity. They know Buddhism is not your identity. They know that. It is not your identity. And that is why we are a lost race. And we will continue to be treated the way we are treated. So South Africa, Africa right now lies in your hands for this movement. And I'm telling you, because these empires will be destroyed. It is a prophecy. This is not a hate, and they know it. This empire will be destroyed. No empire lasts forever. But you see the thing about the race of Esau, they are always on top. They are always on top and thinking, and they always listen to the voices of their forefather. That is why they always succeed. So when this empire failing, they found a way to establish themselves elsewhere to rule over those people. Because instead of them waiting to go to that third world, the resources that they have right now, they will use that resources to go and colonize another area. The same way they use that resources at that time, they came to North and South America here, eliminated the people, and set down here they call Christopher Columbia, killed the people, set down here today, and denied the people who live here. South Africa, if you are not careful, they are coming. If you are not careful, South Africa, these Romans who left Europe, the Western world, and went down to Asia, today they call Asia, and created in 1948 Asia and sat down there. And these are the same people that created apartheid and tell you, funded also by Western money, supports. Where were the inclusiveness? Where was the inclusiveness to include all? Where was it? Where was the togetherness? Where was that love about John 3:16? Because by that time, they read John 3:16. They did not say, Jesus, oh, we all live. But you see, this is what happened. Whenever the black man is about to take stand, whenever the black man want to identify where he need to be, that's the time the devil can come in. You know, Jesus died for us. Jesus said we are one. Then they quote John 3:16. But where was John 3:16? The 1600, the 1500, the 1900. Where was John 3:16? The 1400. Where was John 3:16? The Roman captivity. Where was John 3:16? The Persian captivity. Where was John 3:16? The transatlantic slave trade. Where was John 3:16? The Arab slave trade. Where was that John 3:16? But whenever the descendants of Esau are about to fall, then they will come to you and start quoting John 3:16. But did they not know John 3:16? When they were killing Gaddafi who had that vision for Africa, did they not know John 3:16? When the United States or government or other African leaders not to even get in plane to go to Gaddafi? What was John 3:16 when Libya was being destroyed? Where is that John 3:16 when they overthrew Kwame Nkrumah? Where was that John 3:16 when they killed Thomas Sankara? Where was that John 3:16 when they killed Patrick Lumumba? Where was that John 3:16? Steve Biko. What was that John 3:16? Even Malcolm X. What was that John 3:16? When Dr. King was there preaching to them about love. But they still kill him. Dr. King never preached about love. I thought Dr. King preached that same John 3:16. But they never listened. At that time, it was in their favor. They cared less to listen. They kill him. But when black people want to unite, and then it is the same black people who will come and say, John 3:16, you know what? God loved us. And, God said these things will happen. It is because you are stupid and you remain stupid. That's why you always come and say, the Bible says these things will happen. But if these things will happen, then the same Bible that said, for the lack of knowledge, my people perish. So if these things will happen, why would the Bible tell you, for the lack of knowledge, my people perish? If these things will happen, why in Proverbs it tells you, say, only the stupid, the dumb will believe everything he sees or hear. And then the same Proverbs say, but the wise will always ask question, because the wise want to learn. Why would the same Bible say, not everything you see, you believe it? Not everything you see, you believe it. Not everything you hear, you believe it. Why would the same Bible say that? So let's continue. South Africa. The Israelis that you are allowing in South Africa, they will become your demise. The same way they came from Europe and America, the Western world, whatsoever, they settled there in 1947, 1948. That's the same way they are coming. Because they know Asia going to be destroyed. They know it. That land going to be destroyed. That's the facts. It's going to be destroyed. One who live by the sword, die by the sword. One who led into captivity shall go into captivity. That's what the same Bible say. Slaughter their children for the iniquities of their sin. Oh, I thought you said Jesus loved everybody. But why the same Bible say slaughter their children for the iniquity of the fathers? Why? And then why I say those who led into captivity shall go into captivity? Why it says the sin are waiting patiently for their judgment? Why it says that? Why it says that? You know why it says that? Because the same man you pray to, he believes in justice. Whatsoever thing that happen, the rape, the murderer, the torture, the bar break, it's going to happen. It's going to happen to them. That's why I say slaughtered their children for the sin. So it's going to happen to them. So that is why when the children of Jacob, or when Jacob, right, the children of Abraham, Isaac, when they are waking up, then you will see the descendant of Esau will come to distract you, not to unite. Because it is a scripture that is written. All these things you will get justice, right? If you go back to your forefather. If you go back to your law. Because the truth is, there are so many guys. There are so many God. Let me put that so you can understand. There are so many God. All right? Why Jesus is a God? White Jesus, it is a God for white people, for European. Yes. White Jesus is a God for them. So let's continue here. So in order to understand, right, what we're about to say today, let me say this. Let me bring out a short video. Because somebody may say, why you keep going to history? Why you keep going to this? Why you keep going to this? So let me ask you, why you keep reading the Bible? Bible, because some of you will say, why you keep going to history? You know, Jesus said that, but that Bible is a history book. Do you know when that Bible was written? Thousands of years. It's a history book. So why you have these books, these Bibles? That was never even called Bible. It's a law. That entire thing you read is all law for you to follow. It's a law. It was never called Bible. It's a law, it's a constitution that was given to specific nation. And that nation are the 12 tribes. That's why when you read the Bible, it's all talk about the 12 tribes. When you read Revelation, it's the 12 tribes, the end of the world. So it's the beginning, it started from 12 tribes. The end in Revelation, it ends with 12 tribes, Judgment Day. So it was never called Bible. It was around the 1600 when the Roman Catholic came to change it. It's a law, it's a constitution that people need to follow. And those who are the 12 tribes. Now you have to go know who were those 12 tribes. And in fact, they are in the Bible. The description of those 12 tribes, the description of those Israelites are all in the Bible. Are there? Not the pictures you see hanging in churches on wall. That is not a description in that book that you read. So, white Jesus is a separate God for the European. You leave your God and you worshiping other people's God. Go back to your root. You see the Chinese? No matter what the Chinese do, they can travel whatsoever. You see, somebody may say, oh, China have moved on. China was this. China moved on because they went back to their tradition. And that tradition, they went back to their heritage. And that heritage gave you a common ground, gave you a common understanding, no matter what, it gave it. So that is why Chinese all around, they are still Chinese. They still have that government. Every nation, they have it. So let's see here. So let's see this history, right? Quick. And then before we continue here.
Random thoughts. In this video, I'm going to discuss what I call the original Maasai Jacob and Esau story. Of course, we know Jacob and Esau story. It's a story that is well known by people who believe in the Abrahamic religions. Now, before I do that, I need to discuss a few things, or I need to react to a few things that have come up in the videos that I have already recorded and published. And there are two issues that have come up again and again and again. And the first one is there are a few people who are like not very pleased with me reading documents that were written by early British colonial administrators and generally the British who came to Kenya maybe in the late 19th century, early 20th century. And to them, they think it's not okay to read those documents because they are racist and they contain not so good or they try to portray Africans in a way that is not good. And I agree, those documents, number one, they portray Africans often in a very negative way. Number two, they were trying to push interests that were not for Africans, but were for the British. And when you read, for example, the book I'm reading currently, The East Africa Protectorate by Sir Charles Eliot, of course, that becomes very clear.
If you live in a Pennsylvania zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen.
To him, the East Africa Protectorate, the land that later on became Kenya, was supposed to be a white man's land, and he says it in the book. Now, but of course, this reaction has not come now with me reading this document. I've read several other documents. I read Richard Maynard Sargent's diary. I read Ludwig Kraft's book about the Wakwafi people. I've read Obley's book about the people of Eastern Uganda and such documents. And every time there's somebody who will be like, no, you shouldn't be reading those documents. You should not be using them as a source. But here is a problem. If we are not going to read those documents, we are not going to understand how colonialism happened and where we went wrong or what went wrong for us to become colonized. For example, if I did not read these documents, I could not have understood that the British East Africa Company, the company that initially came to East Africa and bought the land, actually what was going around talking to the so-called chiefs and tricking them into signing some documents, and then they had enough of these documents and they go back to Britain and they tell the government and the people, look, we've acquired rights to the use of the land in East Africa. And this happened across the rest of Africa, actually. I could not have known that that's what happened because my thinking has always been, oh, these people just came and they declared this is now a British colony. Actually, that's not what happened. Or this is a German colony. That's not what happened. These people understood law and they wanted to use the law, to have the law on their side. So even though they thought so low of Africans, they understood that they needed to get those rights transferred to them in a legal way. And how did they do that? They tricked the Africans to sign some funny documents, and they signed, and that's how they ended up getting East Africa Protectorate, Tanganyika, and I guess the rest of Africa. So if we are not going to read these documents, we are going to remain people who don't understand what is happening. And because we became colonized because we did not understand what was going on and we were tricked. Some people think that the need to control and exploit Africa ended when Africa or much of Africa became independent in the 1950s and 60s and 70s. Unfortunately, no. There is always need to control Africa and to exploit it because there is so much resource on this land that there are people who are always trying to figure out how to gather those resources. And they're actually doing that at the moment. And sometimes you see these conflicts around Africa and you are thinking, oh, they are just organic conflicts. No, they are not. Often they are outsiders who are funding those conflicts for their own benefit. And it doesn't end with the conflict, the war conflict. There are other things that are going on to change African society into some other form. And now, the people who are telling me we shouldn't read those books are the same people who will find themselves becoming assets to the machinery that is set up to do things about African, at the end of it, exploit it. They are the same people because they will not understand. But if we read these books, we are going to understand how things happened and how things are likely happening and how things are likely to happen. Now, I'll give you a good example of, I've said that when the British came to East Africa, the East Africa Protectorate, and also the Germans in Tanganyika, they were looking for these elders and so-called chiefs. Sometimes they will just appoint somebody, they themselves, and say, oh, this is the chief of these people. And then they tell that person, oh, they give them a few gifts and they're like, sign this document. And that person hands over a very large portion of land. Now, the same thing is happening at the moment, actually. There are these stories, I've seen Lynn Ngugi covering it so well, about the people, especially in Kajiado County, basically being tricked into signing some up to 90 years of contracts about carbon credits or something like that. These people are coming and telling them, this is going to be so good for you, sign here. They sign, and then they shackle themselves to a contract of 99 years where they are forced to not to use their land the way they want. The land basically becomes, it's not their land, and then somebody else determines how many cattle they can have, how many sheep they can have, where they can graze at this time of the year, and the land is theirs. This thing is this very same thing, is very similar to what happened when the Europeans first came to East Africa. Now, the people who are opposing that, and fortunately, there are people who are opposing that, mostly very intelligent, very knowledgeable, very well-learned young people. These are people who most likely have understood how these things are done. And I will maybe even say,
So let me just add to this, right? Let me add to this. And you see what he's saying here, right? Very brilliant. And there are a lot of Africans now who are saying, oh, why you don't want to allow people on your continent when you are in their home or their nation, right? This is not their nation. That's number one. Again, you have to know history. But again, let's discuss this. Why you don't want to allow people, on the African continent who will come and live this, that, blah, 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 blah. There are people who are in a defense of how they call it, Israelis leaving from Israel to come to South Africa for refuge. There are South Africans and there are other Africans, okay, Christian who are in defense because they see those people as a chosen people, not knowing they are the synagogues of Satan, but because they have been misled, right? So those are the people who will be in defense. Because again, there are some South Africans who don't know the history of apartheid. Because if they know the history of apartheid, they will never be in defense. But there are some South Africans and many Africans, Christian Africans, who are in the defense of Israelis moving or leaving from Israel to come to South Africa for refuge. Okay? But again, because of the ignorance of those people and some of our people, right? These are the same people today who are blaming our forefather. Listen to this, folks. That is why I'm playing this video, which is very important. It is the same ignorant Africans or black people who are blaming our forefather that why our forefather sat down there and the white man or the European went and fooled them, took the land, colonized the land, fooled them, enslaved their people, right? Some of our people today are blaming our forefather, right? They are doing it. But then, how can we blame of our forefather? Because at that time, our forefather had no knowledge that what he's explaining in this video. At that time, our forefathers have not yet come, like on the African continent, have not yet come in contact of the European. Even in South America or North America here, when Christopher Columbus came, our forefathers in North America at that time have not yet been in contact of the European, like Christopher Columbus. So when they got here, our forefathers here welcomed them. They host them. They gave them good hospitality. But again, the same Bible says, be careful of Esau. Be careful of the Edomite. They will speak softly. They will speak calmly. But their voices are smooth and soft like butter. That is why you as an African man, we were never meant to speak softly. Never. That is why even in the Bible, if you read the book of Revelation chapter 1 verse 1 to 14, 15, it will tell you the voice of the Son of Man. It sounded like many water. Like his voice was loud. That is why you don't see black man's voice slow. We speak loud because we are men. We were paid for that. That is our characteristic. On the other hand, because Esau is snake. Esau, right, is a Satan, the devil. The Bible speaks of, that's why they speak softly. So Esau was the Satan in the garden. Esau was the serpent in the garden that lied to Eve. That is why Isaiah said, be careful with Esau, with the Edomite. Their voice are smooth like water, butter, but war is in their heart, sword is in their hands. So when they went to our forefather did not know them. So our forefather welcomed them, gave them good hospitality, even in North America here. And then on the African continent, the same thing they apply here in North America. When they see North America, they told North America, it was the same thing that when they apply on the African continent. Because our people have not yet come in contact with them. So our people, being that we are human beings, the true humanity come from us, we work on them. Because at that time, communication like technology now, this is going to the so-called people who are blaming our forefathers that, oh, but why our forefathers sat down there and this happened? They did not fight back. They did not do this. Because at that time, the Edomites, they were united. They were collectively united because they knew what they were going to do. So they were united. They had their plan already. So before they went on the African continent, for example, 1884, the Southern Ibrahim Conference, they were united. They have already discussed what they were going to do. And before they sat down in 1884, they were already on the African continent. They have already mapped it. So that day was just a day set aside to cut boundary, to say, France, don't come here. Great Britain, don't come here. America, don't come here. Portugal, this is yours. America, this is yours. France, this is yours. Germany, this is yours. England, this is yours. How do you call it? Belgium, this is yours. But they were there. They were united already. Okay? So when they came to us, we did not know their aim. But they knew what they were coming for. So at that time, no technology, no communication system that was effective to lay communication to see, nothing like that. So like he explained it in the video, when these people came, they brought items that our forefather at that time might not have. So they might have given it to our forefather, right? And then in a form of gift, or oh, this is for you, right? Then they allow our forefather to sign a paper to say, hey, sign this paper that I gave you this gift. But they were not telling our forefather what was in that paper. And then our forefather would take their fingerprint and put it there. They will hold our forefather hand, draw some things, but not telling them what was in that paper. Right? Are the same thing happening today? Some of you so-called leaders, so-called advocates, so-called journalists, are the same thing happening today? Are the Edomites, the Esau's, are they not giving you money to give false report? Are they not giving you money to write false report, to go and give false report, to go and write false report? Are they not giving you money? Are they not giving you money to bribe your government, to bribe you to go and talk to your leader? Are they not doing it? So why should you blame our forefather? Last time our forefather did not know them, but now we know them. We know their behavior. Why are we still doing it? Why are we still? We are the worst form of our forefather. We are the worst form of our forefather. Because they did not know them. We know them now. We have studied them. We have gone through it. We know their aim. So we are the worst form. Because it is the same generation today that will tell you, why should you read history? That was in the past. Because they have some platform, they are not preaching according to how they need to create context. Right? So they have a lot of followers. They are getting money from those content that they create. They don't care about the other people. But let me ask you, look at the other races and see their content that they create. Look at the other races. See the content that they create. They never, ever neglect the struggle of their people. They never say, oh, it's this, let's just do. You never see it. They might talk one or two things here and there. But when it comes to their race, have you seen the Chinese context? Have you seen European? Have you seen it? Have you seen them talking down on their culture, on their women, on their children? Have you seen it talking down on their culture and things? But it is the African, the black men who will come and talk down on their culture. They will say, first of all, if those things can this, why are you still poor? Why are we still poor? It is the black men that will talk down on their culture. Instead of them finding a way to improve that culture, to manifest that culture, right? They will not do it. They will talk down on it. Then what is your culture if you talk down on your culture? If you destroy your culture? What is your culture? So it is the same black men, this generation, right? That will blame our forefather for the mistake they caused. But then we are still creating even worse than what our forefather did because we ignore history. And that is what this brother is saying here. We will never undo what we are going through if we don't go back and learn history. You know what we'll do? We will continue to defend the same things that we need to destroy. We will continue to defend it. So there are some South African, some South African, some Christian who are defending their so-called Israel or Israeli or their so-called chosen people to come to Africa. But once they settle, the same people you've been defending, they will start taking weapons. They will start shooting you. They will start massacring you. They will start destroying you. The same way they destroy Gaza, the same way they destroy Palestine today. The same way they wanted to take South Africa, apartheid, you fought. So are we coming back again to start another fight again? Are we coming back again to go through another captivity again? Are we going back to Egypt again because we continue not to listen? Are we going? Because let me tell you this. When we went to captivity with the Roman, we failed to listen. We went into Egypt. The project we failed to listen, we went into Egypt. And then we failed to listen again. We were told that we will go into Egypt again at this time with ship. And it happened. We went through the transatlantic slave trade with ship. And it happened. We went through the Arab slave trade with ship. And it told us this time we will have yoke of iron on our neck. And it happened. The same people put yoke of iron on our neck. And it told us we will be dehumanized. And it happened. We will butt break. We were hanged. We were castrated. We were fed to alligators. We were barbecue. They pee in our mouth. They poo in our mouth. Everything. They did it to us. So do we want to go through that again? That is why history is important, that we learn these things so that we will not allow Esau again. We will not allow the Edomite again. We will not allow it.
It's likely that some of them have read these old documents, because I saw some of them arguing about what happened in the 1930s, 1940s. They understand so well what was happening about the land, including the Magadi land, the land occupied by the company that does something about Magadi in Magadi, like Magadi. They understand what has happened over maybe close to 100 years. How do they understand that? They read the old British documents. That is going to be the tool we can use to protect ourselves so that we understand everything in the bigger picture. So the people telling me, oh, you shouldn't read those documents. You want us to be naive. You want us to be ignorant. And then you want, because there is a war going on. In the world. And I'm not speaking about the war of guns and tanks. I'm talking about war of ideas and wars, economic wars and wars to control and to change society. That's actively going on. And if you don't understand how the game is played, then you are disadvantaged. And one way to understand how the game is played is to go back and look at what happened in the past. So that's why we have to read these documents. Reading those documents, I can call it as doing a postmortem, basically. As Africans, as Kenyans in particular, we have to read the old British documents from late 19th century, early 20th century, of course, up until maybe 1960s, and even after 1960s, if you can get those documents, many of them, of course, are
All right, because of time, right, I can't play the entire video because we have a lot of resources to present in this video in order to give the actual story here. So we can't play all, right? But again, for those of you who say, oh, you know, that's in the past, that only black people will always talk about that's in the past. But whenever, that's what Michael Garvey said, only a tree, right, that is standing, any tree that is standing by the bank of a river that have weak trunk, poor trunk, right, that is not flourishing, right, then You lack knowledge of your history. You lack knowledge that that river, right? It is a source for you to flourish, to grow, right? To be powerful. I mean, to make forests. But how can you be there and you have those resources? But other people coming, right? Other trunk coming from far distance, other tree coming from far distance with their trunk and making benefit of that river. But you standing there, you are struggling. And that's why Marco Garvey spoke about, talked about, and who he was talking to, African people, Black people. So we'll end our video, right? But that is the importance of why we need to learn the history. Even though the Europeans are going to feel guilty, they're going to feel bad. Look, I'm sorry if you have an European friend, but hey, that is their history. That was what they did and they continue to do. So they got to feel guilty. And speaking about it will make them feel guilty, so be it. You have to, because you're going through it. So why would they feel guilty, but they don't feel guilty? You going through what they are doing to you. Why would they feel guilty when you speak about it, but they don't feel guilty, right? To continue doing what they are doing to you, to subjugate you, to get you to where you are, to suck your resources, to suck your labor. They don't feel guilty. But when you want to talk about it, right, to make them aware that what they are doing is wrong, and now you are going to stop them, then they feel guilty. You know why they feel guilty? They feel guilty because they won't have advantage over you. They feel guilty because they won't have the chance to exploit their resources. They feel guilty because they don't want to be in a situation that they pour you in. They don't want to be in that situation. They don't want to be caught terror. They are not guilty because they feel that what they are doing to you is wrong. They are not guilty because they feel that what you are going through is against humanity. That is not what they are guilty for. They don't feel for you. They are guilty because they won't have the chance again to exploit you. That's why they're guilty. They are guilty because they know that you have wake up, you have an awakening mind, your mind have been conscious. That's why they are guilty. They are guilty because you are now educated. They are guilty because you have not defied them. They are guilty because you have taken matter into your own hands. They are guilty because you do your own thing. You run your own thing now. They are guilty because you will continue to tell them, here is little pocket change. Here is the crumb. That's why they are guilty, because they don't want a crumb. They want you to receive the crumb instead of them receiving the crumb. That's why they are guilty. They are not guilty because they feel what they are doing against it is wrong. That's not what they are guilty for. If they were guilty, but now they feel giving you reparation. If they were guilty, but now they have acknowledged and stopped. Look at this here. Let's see something here. That is why we can't forget history. Let's see this here. Oh, okay, I think it's this. Okay, it's not this. Be with me, folks. Let me pull this out here. We have a lot of information. We have to discuss them. Let me see here. Okay, it's on Facebook. All right. Let me see this. All right, it's not this. The private. Okay. Let me see this. No. All right. This is what I'm looking for. Good.
Please watch this video. Very, very important for educational purpose. I beg you, listen.
Two former American vessels carrying nearly 4,000 Jewish refugees arrive at the port of Haifa, Palestine.
So this is how the Israel, the current Israel, not the biblical Israel, the current Israel, right? The people the Bible refers to them as, right, synagogues of Satan. This was when they was founded, 1947, 1948. But after Jesus Christ was not there. So this was just recent, 1948, right? What, the 20th century, right? 1947, 1948. That's the time the people that live there right now went there. They took them there. They drove away the black people. The Israelite was there. The Israelite that was there drove them away and sat down there. So South Africa, remember this. Remember this. Netanyahu told you, after they have destroyed Israel, Palestine, and Gaza, after that empire have crumbled, Africa will be next because that's where the resources is. That's where everybody going. So instead of them coming to you to beg you, instead of them coming to pass through your immigration, right? So that you can examine them, you can ask them, you can interview them, like the way they do it to you, instead of them crossing through the Mediterranean Sea to die on sea, right? Some of them die on boat. That the way Africans are dying on the Mediterranean Sea to go to Europe, right, in America and stuff, right? Instead of them doing that, they know it's painful. They know it's tough. They know they will not. So they will do it the rough way, the hard way. So they are coming in and they will settle. The same way they came to South America or North America. The same way they want to talk today, the place they call Israel, they are there. The same way they want to talk that land. Bear in mind, they are coming again. That is why history is very important to use as a companion when it comes to Esau, when it comes to the Edomite. Two manner of people are in that womb. They will never be friendly. They will be enemies. That is why the Bible describes them as enemies. You will go into captivity to your enemy with your enemies. You will go into captivity with your enemies. And the fruit of your land, you will never ever enjoy the fruit of your land. Your enemies will be the one to enjoy the fruit of your land. Is a lie. Who enjoy the fruit of Africa, the resources of Africa? The enemies. Who enjoy the diamond, the gold, the mine, the uranium in South Africa? Who enjoy it in Liberia, in Ghana, Nigeria, Mali, Burkina Faso? I mean, who enjoy it until recently, the uranium? When Niger, the entire Niger sleep in darkness, poverty. But who enjoy it? Who enjoy it? The enemies. Who enjoy it? They have light, electricity. When Niger suffer, who enjoy our iron ore? Liberia have one of the richest iron ore nation in the world. But go see Liberia, no street, no quota, no roads. Go see it. But the iron ore was used to build roads and bridges. homes in other nations. Rubber, when once upon a time, Liberia was either the first or the second largest producer of rubber in the world. We enjoy the fruit of our land. We enjoy it. Go and see Liberia, no factory, nothing. People walk barefooted. No guys, no tie, nothing. Who enjoy the fruit of our land? Oh, Ghana, Gold Coast, who enjoy the fruit of our land? Go in their museum, European museum. Go and see diamond. Go and see gold. Go and see our artifact. Who enjoy the fruit? It was said, the enemy will eat the fruit of your land. Because you fail to identify who you are. You fail to identify your heritage. You fail to listen to your forefather. And you worship other gods. Yes, why Jesus is another God. You worship. You worship stone. You go to Mecca. The stone, you worship it. It's another God. You worship it. Another God. Oh, when you read the same Bible, the same law, it says, thou shalt not worship false God. Thou shalt not worship stone. Thou shalt not worship this, right? When you go and bow down to a stone in Mecca, you worship stone. You go and bow down to another human being, the Pope, right? Jesus, you bow down to him and worship him. Other people, God, you worship their forefather. Then you wonder what is happening to you. You go and bow down to the Pope. You bow down to the Pope. That is a God. That's their God. You worship their God. Yes. You go to the Vatican, right? You bow down there. You worship them. You go to the Israel, right? That is not biblical Israel. You go there and bow down and worship them. That is not your ancestor. You wonder what is happening to you.
Jammed like cattle on the rusty craft, the fugitives end their bleak voyage, which began at a Black Sea port.
And we went from Italy to Palestine. It was not Israel yet, it was Palestine.
So you heard that, how they got there, right? It was not Israel. You heard that. It was never Israel. So they created that term Middle East in 1947, 1948. They created that Israel in 1947, 1948. Like, you see, that is why history is very important. If you really go deep into history, you learn it. Even the name Africa, it was not a name Africa. It was called the Garden of Eden. It was called Akuba land. Okay? The name Africa, you know, when Italian, North Africa, like it was Algeria. And when they conquer Algeria, when the white people, the Roman, they conquer Algeria, they name it Africa after a name called, I think, how they call it, Afrikaners. Okay? So they name it Africa. So whenever the European come in, whenever the Edomites, whenever Esau go to the African continent, right? I'm using the word African continent so you can understand. Whenever they go, let me say, whenever they go to the land of, how they call it, Akuba land or the Garden of Eden, they say they are going to Africa. They never call it the Garden of Eden. They never honor us. They never honor the name. They never honor Akuba land. They honor the name they gave it, Africa. So that's how, when they conquer Algeria, that part of North, how they call it, Akuba Latin, they conquer it, they name it Africa. So whenever they tell me, they say we're going to Africa. So now that name cover the entire African continent today. But if it was never called Africa, it was called Akuba land, it was called the Garden of Eden, you didn't want to change it. So that their book, their narrative, that they would come out with fit to what they were writing at that time. That had a name Middle East. That part was Africa, was part of Africa. There was no Middle East. That Middle East came 1948, 1947, 1947, 1948. So you see, when it got there, it was just a little ship. It was just a little ship that went there. Few good people, right? So South Africa, sit and watch. Let these people take the entire Western and Southern and Western Cape. You will see what will happen to you. They will drive you out of that land. And then before you look, they start using that. The same way they destroy Gaza, Palestine, that's how they will destroy all the nation in our region. Zimbabwe, be careful. The last time, resources worth, they said, $7 to $10 billion, right? That the United States wanted to pay for that particular land. The Zimbabwe government said no. You think these people, they leaving it go? They sit over there like Cape Town. You allow these people to sit. They bring a nuclear weapon. You allow these people to sit. They bring that nuclear arsenal. You don't have it. They will run you out of that place and they will sit there. Before you know, they start taking Zimbabwe. They start taking Namibia. You see how they destroy the Middle East. You see how they destroy Gaza and Palestine. These people have no souls. They have no souls. They were destroyed. They will destroy that region. And before you look, they start coming. The entire Africa, they will bomb it and take it. Let history be our companion. Let us know that.
How did you get? You went by boat.
By boat. We went to Israel when Israel was not Israel.
Are you aware that Israel, this Israel you are hearing of today, is a fake country and was formed in 1947? Go and do your own research very well. By Zionist movement from United States. They were moving around the world looking for where they can create their own country. Zionist movement from United States. They went to many continents, but they got rejected. They went to Middle East. Many Arab countries rejected Jewish state from United States in Middle East, but Palestinians welcomed them. They gave them place to stay. They started creating their own country, Jewish state named Israel of today. You saw the video. You heard what that lady said. Are you aware of this thing before? That this Israel is a fake country that was created by Zionist movement from United States. And that is the reason US and Israel are like this. US can never allow Israel to fall. Anybody that want to destroy Israel, United States must come for their rescue immediately. Are you aware of this? So everything that is happening to Palestinians today, I blame their ancestors. Other Arab countries rejected them, but Palestinians welcomed Zionist movement. Have you been hearing of that name? Zionist movement from United States. Have you been hearing of that name before?
And let put a little bit of icing on this, right? Do you know the reason why Idi Amin Adada, they tarnish Idi Amin Adada reputation? Because they don't want you to go and learn about Idi Amin Adada of Uganda. They do not want you to go and learn about Idi Amin Adada of Uganda. So they wrote a book and made you think that Idi Amin Adada was a horrible man. Can you compare what they did to African people that with Idi Amin Adada? These are people that barbecue black people. Barbecue. They barbecue to black people. These are people that butt break you. These are people that castrate you. These are people that fear you to alligator. These are people that are put you on plantation 7 days, 7 nights, and you work without eating nothing. Then they turn around and put yoke of iron on your neck, on your mouth, to black it so that you can't drink, you can't eat, you can't do nothing. And then you working under that hot sun. These are people at the same time as you're working, they were lynching you, they was beating you. These are people that hang you to death. These are people that branch you, look at you and put fire. These are people that took steak and juke it in your anus. Come up here. These are people in pregnant woman, juice steak in her mouth, open her gut. These are people that did all that. But they same people, they forgo all that, came and told you Idi Amin Adada was the most horrible person in the world. Just because they don't want you to go and learn about Idi Amin Adada. Before they went to 1948 Asia, before they went to that 45, because they started coming there 45 and then 48, they make it independent state. They came to Idi Amin Adada. They wanted to use Uganda. They wanted to use you because at that time, that Asia that you see was part of Africa. It was never divided from Africa. So, but they came to Alata Idi Amin Adada. They wanted to use part of that land, part of Uganda, to settle there to make it Asia. Idi Amin Adada did not agree. And at that time period, you African, tell me, those of you that don't want to learn about Idi Amin Adada, that want to go with Western narrative, tell me, at that time, how did you expect Idi Amin Adada to fight for freedom? Because freedom is never given on a silver platter. Freedom is never given by begging your oppressor to give you freedom. Nobody gave you freedom by begging them. No. Nobody. Dr. King tried to do it, they kill him. By begging for freedom, by marching, they kill him. Nobody gave you freedom by begging. So at that time, if they come to you and tell you Idi Amin Adada was the most horrible man, he was horrible because he was telling them the way he was treating them for them to leave. He was giving them 24 hours. At that time, which one of the African president or leader would be so brave to give these people 48 hours to leave when you have no military might? You don't even have army. It takes a man of courage with ancestral spirit to do it. But they say people come and tell you Idi Amin Adada was bad. In fact, to make it look horrible, they will tell you, say, he had, or how they call it, 13 or 20 human hair in his fridge. Just to print that narrative on him, look ugly. But look, folks, we don't care. If Idi Amin Adada have 25 human hair in his fridge, we don't care. If Idi Amin Adada ever ate human heart, we don't care. Because we believe in what he did. Not what Esau is telling us. Not what the Edomites is telling us, that how this man was horrible and bad. So, before they went to that place they call Asia today, right? They were in Uganda asking Idi Amin Adada them. They was at that time asking those leaders to create Asia for them to settle there. These are people that said no. So before Esau come out with a narrative against a black man, you have to think twice. Why that narrative?
They overwhelmed Palestinians in their own land. And right now, they have already destroyed that country named Palestine. They have destroyed them. Israel have overwhelmed them. Israel have taken over the Palestine right now. You heard Donald Trump telling Palestinians that he wants to take ownership of their ancestral land about a few months ago. The US want to take ownership of Palestine, then to move away. US government started negotiating with the government of Libya, Rwanda, for them to accept millions of Palestinians in their own country. that US want to take ownership of people's ancestral land. Not believe this. The same thing is happening in South Africa right now. Name white South Africans. Their descendants were from Europe, Netherlands, Germany. They went to South Africa. Black South Africans welcomed them. Right now, they are taking over South Africa. They want to create their own country in South Africa right now as we are speaking. Are you getting it right now? I just want you to know that this Israel that you are hearing today is a fake country. Palestinians welcomed them. In 1947, Jewish state, US and Israel are like this. US can go to war because of Israel. Because the same people in Israel right now, all of them are Americans. Are you getting the point right now? So this thing is teaching many people lesson, including black South Africans right now. This thing that is happening between Israel and Palestine. Take a look at the Palestinians. Take a look at them. The children, the women over there. That country, Palestine, has been erased for the world map right now by Zionist movement. They are trying to occupy more land over there. The same thing here in South Africa. Why South Africans are trying to occupy more land? Before you know it right now, they will chase away black South Africans in South Africa. The same thing that is happening in Middle East right now. The same thing will start happening in South Africa in few years to come. Are you getting the point right now? I blamed the Palestinians. Take a look at it. Because of their good heart. See what is happening to them right now by Zionist movement from United States.
I don't know why Daniel Levy didn't do this years ago.
Let history be our companion. Let me go to the next video. Now, let's see a Dutchman or another European, right, who is behind this movement of Cape Town, of having their own country. See this. And I know they have most of Africans who are supporting them. Most of Africans who are supporting them. Because they have something they call social media, creating some context, and they got some followers and making some money. So they feel the war is global now. So everybody's supposed to intertwine, everybody's supposed to live. Because some of them feel they got, white followers, or let me say European or Edomite followers. Some of them feel they got Esau followers, right? So the war is a global era. So everybody needs to do. Don't get it twisted, man. If the war is a global stage, right? Look at Gaza, look at Palestine, look at the Middle East. Do you know why they go to the Middle East? Do you know why they destroy in our place? Africa, let me just remind you. It's because of the resources, the oil. They don't have it here. So if they can control that Palestine and Gaza, you think these people care about humanity? We're going to get to that. I will show you a video, 2 videos here to tell you they don't care about humanity. When it comes to them, their survival, they don't care about humanity. So they already have Israel, they're going to have Palestine and Gaza. Why you think they are asking Africans, right, to have Gaza refugee or Palestine refugee? Why you think they're asking them to have it? Because they want to find place, right? The rest of the citizens of those places who are alive, who are not dead, find place for them, take them there and carry them somewhere else and put them there and deposit them. So there will be no remnants. Okay, on the land. And then they will sit there. Now they can control the Middle East. They can control the Middle East and get their oil. So they will continue bumping Yemen and so forth, right? Don't get it twisted. If we allow these people set in South Africa, we are doomed. And this is where the African collectively come in. You so-called African leaders on the African continent, you so-called Negro P, is a warning to you people. Sit and watch and see what can happen. We are about, if we are not careful, we are about to go in the next captivity again. We are about to go to the next slave of Egypt. We are about to be bought. We are about to go on a plantation again, the next plantation again. We are about to build other people's empire again. We are about to build other people, how they call it, heaven again. Then we will sit again and say, oh, we are waiting for Jesus. We are waiting for the Almighty God to come. You know, the poor will inherit the earth, or the meek. God see our suffering. You know, we will wait for them to come and think. Last time there will be no John 3:16. They will forget about John 3:16 at that time again. They will forget about John 3:16. So you so-called Negro pastors, say that and be preaching about John 3:16. Let the time hit you. Let the time come. Let the time come. If you ever see them talking about John 3:16, say it and be preaching John 3:16. God so loved the world this, you know, we are equal or we are this. When the same Matthew 15:24 told you who this man came and died for. He said he never died for the war. He said he only came to die for the lordship of the house of Israel. So sit down there and be preaching your lies. Let these people come by again to go to the next Egypt into captivity. This time around, it's going to be in your own land. In your own land that they're going to put you into captivity. This time around, you're not going to be put on ship to be shipped to a different world. This time around, it's going to be on your own continent if you're not careful. On your own continent, you're going to be in captivity. You'll work on a plantation. They will bomb break you. They will rape you. They will castrate you. They will barbecue you. This time around on your own continent, if you're not careful. Don't do the right thing and unite. Go against the AES nation. Why these people have seen a vision and they are fighting. Stay there and be waiting for your crumb. Because the United Nations Summit, I think, is next week. All of them come and get different speeches. Stay there and watch. This time around, you are going to go into captivity again. Now, this time around, it's going to be on your own land. You'll be in captivity. You'll be enslaved. You are about to go to slavery again. Sit and watch. And you think these people will not do it. That's the history of Esau.
You see here, guys, this individual you see here is a British citizen, and he has been residing in South Africa for over 20 years. That's over 2 decades. And this guy has been causing a lot of confusion in South Africa. You will not believe that this dude is actually advocating that the country be separated into two. He is fighting to separate the Western Cape from the entire South Africa, to make Western and Eastern Cape a separate country from South Africa. He is not a South African. He is not a South African. He is not even a citizen yet. But he is advocating really hard, going as far as talking to Washington to separate South Africa, to split someone else's country. Well, I've never seen this before. These guys have really taken us to be some toys or some insignificant human beings that they think that they can come into our country and do what they like. And the funniest part is, I don't know why that dude is still in South Africa. And South African government seems not to take any drastic measure about it. Now, think about it this way. A black man goes to the UK and he decides to start advocating that London be split from the entire UK. Do you think he's going to spend one more day in that country? They are going to bundle him like a thief and throw him out through the window. But no, if it's in Africa, oh no, it's not a problem. They can come into our countries and say whatever they like and get away with it. Do whatever they like and get away with it. South African government, President Cyril Ramaphosa, you need to stand up and be a man. This is an insult to your government. This is an insult to your faith, sir. And to those our South African brothers and sisters, the ignorant ones, this is the real battle you need to fight. This is the real fight you need to fight, not moving and chasing pregnant women just because they are blacks and they are not from South Africa. Your own black brothers and sisters, some who are pregnant, some who are sick, you want to pounce on them. But the real deal, you have nothing to say about it. You turn a blind eye to the real deal. Sometimes I don't understand. So, my dear brothers and sisters from South Africa, if you truly want to free your country, these are the kind of things you need to do. These are the kind of persons you need to focus your attention on before they completely rip you off and allow you with nothing and even kick you out of your own country.
Now, and if African people, if black people think this is a joke, right? Oh, you know, oh, these people are playing for, man. They can't do it. They will not do nothing. How will you say they can't do nothing? How will you say they are playing form? But they are well organized and they are supported by their outside government. But you, on the other hand, you are not organized. You don't have government. You don't have your resources. You are divided. You are even fighting among yourself. But these guys are not fighting among themselves. They are well calculated and organized. How can you say, oh, they're just playing for? Oh, they were playing for when they took North America, right? Oh, when they were playing for when they took today what they call Asia, right? Oh, they were playing for today. Look at Palestine. Oh, they were playing for today. Look at Gaza. Oh, they were playing for when Benjamin Netanyahu told you after they have done with Gaza and Palestine, Africa will be next. And that is what's going on right now. Oh, they are playing for, right? Sit. Don't organize. Don't gather yourself together. Don't put yourself together. Do not check your government, your leaders, your puppets, your cronies. Say it and say they are playing for. Say it. You are about to go back into captivity in the hands of Esau. You are about to go back into captivities in the hands of the Edomites. Say it. He said they are playing for. Oh, they will not do it. Oh, they will not this. Since when in history these people have played for? But we can tell in history you have been a form maker. You have been an unserious being. We can say that in history. But for them, when it comes to their survival, they don't play. But for you, when it comes to your survival, you so-called black people, you play too damn much. You are not serious. And that is why we are always in captivity in the hands of Esau or the Edomite. That's why we always go in the hands of the Babylonian in captivities. Always. Always. We find ourselves in captivities in the hands of the Babylonian. Yes. Because we're never serious. We never see anything coming. When it hits us, that's the time we want to take action, but it's late. And if those that want to take action, what they do? The Babylonians slaughter them, kill them. Quick. If you think somebody will speak for you, let's watch this video and see. Maybe you will know what I'm talking about. Watch this video and see. This is a U.S. general, U.S. sergeant, who have been in the army for 20 years, who has defended, I will leave it at that, now you understand, right? Who have defended human rights, who have fight for human rights, But see what they did to him here. Just because he tried to speak, he tried to be a human. See how they humiliated him. Watch it and see. And you think African, somebody come and speak for you, and you think you black people, somebody come and speak for you? Have anybody spoken for you before? Sit and watch.
Of service in the military. Yesterday, I got pulled into an officer's office and counseled for posts that I have on my social media. During the counseling, they told me I'm under investigation as a threat to national security. When I asked for proof, like what the posts were yesterday, they refused to give it to me. They made me come back today to further go over stuff. They gave me the proof, and the proof they gave me are anti-Israel posts. Now, when I joined the military, I took an allegiance to support the United States of America. I did not ever take an allegiance to support Israel. But yet, I am deemed a threat to national security because I do not support Israel and their genocide against the Palestinian people. Yes, you heard that right. I am deemed a threat to national security because I don't support Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. Since when does not supporting a foreign nation get a U.S. soldier investigated for being a threat to national security? So after 20 years of service in the military, yesterday I got...
Yes, you heard that. After 20 years of service, just because he spoke about Palestine be free, Gaza be free, just because he said those are human beings, that's their land. Look at those children. You have kids who are starving. You have this, you have that. But he said he was a threat just because he said there should be ceasefire. Just because he said you are destroying somebody's home. You can't take somebody home. You can't take somebody, you can't occupy somebody's land and take it as yours. So you see, national threat, a threat to national security. So that means the Europeans have to take Palestine. The Europeans have to take Gaza. The same way they came to North America. That's their history, because they don't want you to talk about their history. No, they don't feel guilty because of your situation, because of your circumstances. No, they feel guilty because you are speaking the truth. They feel guilty because you are opening the minds of people. They feel guilty because you are telling people this is wrong. That's why they feel guilty. They don't feel guilty because children are being killed. Children are dying, are starving. They don't feel guilty because they see parents dying and saying, no, let my child live and let me die. Let my daughter live and let me die. They don't feel guilty for that. They don't feel guilty because they see kids with their hand cut, their foot cut. If they feel guilty, they was going to feel guilty when Leopold was cutting people's hands off, mother's head or children's head off, making it out of chocolate. They were going to feel guilty. They were going to feel guilty when they were colonizing Africa, when they were destroying, killing African kings and queens. They were going to feel guilty. They were going to feel guilty when they were looting our artifacts. They were going to feel guilty when our artifacts are in a museum, when we are asking we need it, and they said, no, you don't need it. They are in safe place. They were going to feel guilty. They are going to feel guilty when they were telling you to destroy your culture, when they were telling you your culture was bad and there was good. There, when you learn your culture, you are going to go to heaven. They're going to feel guilty. They don't feel guilty for that. They don't feel guilty for destroying you. They feel guilty when you are being knowledgeable. They don't feel guilty for destroying you. They feel guilty when you are knowing the truth. They don't feel guilty because you are in poverty. They feel guilty because you want to leave poverty. They don't feel guilty when they are looting and stealing your resources. They feel guilty when you are putting stop for them looting and stealing your resources. That's Esau. That's the behavior of Esau. That's the behavior of the Edomite. That's the behavior of the Babylonian. Oh, let's see another video. Maybe one video. You may say, oh, I just want. Let's see another video again.
And a genocide! Eddie, there's a genocide! Eddie, there's a genocide! Come on, Eddie. There's a genocide. Israeli terrorists are committing a genocide, and the U.S. Congress and Senate are complicit in funding the bombs that are forcing children to be slaughtered and massacred. Shame on this government. The United States of America is complicit in genocide. The Israeli terrorists are starving children.
If they'll arrest veterans, they'll arrest you.
Stop the bombs! Stop the bombs!
Arresting us for speaking out against genocide.
Stop the bombs!
The U.S.
Stop
Congress
the bombs!
is paying for the
Stop
death of children,
slaughtering babies!
women and children.
Stop slaughtering babies!
When the United States Congress comes after veterans, they will come after you. Every American sitting at home right now needs to realize that you are paying for a genocide.
Stop, America! Rise up! It is time to take back this country from these corrupt politicians. It is time. It is beyond time. You're complicit in a genocide! Eddie, there's a genocide! Eddie, there's a genocide! Come on, Eddie. There's a genocide. Israeli terrorists are committing a genocide, and the U.S. Congress and Senate are complicit in funding the bombs that are forcing children to be slaughtered and massacred. Shame on this government. The United States of America is complicit in genocide. The Israeli terrorists are starving children.
If they'll arrest veterans, they'll arrest you.
Stop the bombs! Stop the bombs!
Arresting us for speaking out against genocide.
So, you see what they are doing down there? You think these people feel guilty because of the suffering? You think so? No way. Never. Never. They don't feel guilty. Listen. Look at this man. He's a general. Look, you see his thighs? Look at his thighs. Here. But did you see Michael Leslie, another Arnold 4-star general, when he talked about destroying Africa, when he talked about bombing Africa, and you saw him, he got all the applause in Congress. They never handcuffed him. When he talked about how the United States Congress should fund how they call it Afrikan to go and bomb, destroy, and kill Africa, our Africans, right? They applauded him. And they even asked him, how much money, how much billion, how much thousands of dollars do you need? They even asked him, how much of an equipment do you need? You see? But here is a man, another general, saying, look at his star. This man is even more than a general than Michael Leslie. Because see the amount of star he got on his chest. See the amount of honor he got on his chest. Even the lady that they arrested, see her, another general, see the star that she had on her chest. But she spoke about ceasefire. She spoke about genocide. But she got arrested. Do you think these people feel guilty? No. Didn't you see when Michael Leslie went and told them he need ammunition to go and wage war on Africans, to go and kill his own brothers and sisters, to go and destroy his own continent, and they were happy? And they said how much you need to go on to carry on this mission? If had not it been that we stood up worldwide, but now, Africa should have been a bastard. But now, so these people don't care. So African leaders sit and watch, and you think what is happening in South Africa is going to be for fun? The next captivity is about to happen now this time around on the African continent. And that'll be it. If you don't be wise enough and listen to wisdom. Let's see here. If you're not wise enough, let's see what's about to happen to you again. If you're not wise enough, let's see what is about to happen to you again.
Really does make your stomach heave. When you read what some of these slave owners did, it really does make your stomach heave. Here are 3 accounts of punishments meted out by Thistlewood in 3 months in 1756. Darby catched eating canes, had him well flogged and pickled, then made Hector shit in his mouth. Rubbed Hazard with molasses and exposed him naked to the flies all day and to the mosquitoes all night. Flogged Punch well, and then washed and rubbed in salt pickle, lime juice, and bird pepper, made Negro Joe piss in his eyes and mouth. Thistlewood kept a tally of what was known as nutmegging, the rape of female slaves, something he did by his own reckoning on 3,852 occasions. He would allow his guests to do the same.
Well, goddamn, as if slavery wasn't enough. You see, this is why God is going to destroy this place, for the sheer amount of human atrocities is committed against blacks, Hispanics, and natives, and they hold themselves not guilty. You know what America would like you to believe? You know what your Christian pastor would like you to believe? That this is some holy place and these people are righteous in God's eyes like Jesus is white. Well, I have the truth for you. This place is more like Egypt because it's soon to be destroyed.
So you see, you look at a man, you pee, stood and pee in his mouth. You look at a man and you poop. You took your pants down, told this man, open your mouth, and poop in his mouth. Really? And then you naked this man and lie him down on his son, and then you pour pickle. You barbecue him and throw him to lie down on his son for him to burn, for him to be barbecued. Is that human being? But these are the same people African were wrong to for human rights. These are the same people Africans were wrong to for human rights solution. These are the same people will come and tell you how human rights are supposed to be. The violator of human rights in the world. You run to the same people and ask them on how to advocate for human rights. When you do that, you know what you do? You are erasing your own history. When you do that, you are erasing your own history. Because under no circumstances to go to these people when it comes to human rights. They know nothing about human rights. If they knew something about human rights, why did they arrest those soldiers who speak about peace in Palestine and Gaza, who speak against genocide? How can you go to people who support genocide and go to them and talk to them about human rights? Go and seek human rights advice from them. People who are arresting soldiers who took oath to protect life and property, to protect human beings, and are speaking against genocide. And then these people arresting those people. How can you go to them for human rights? It doesn't make sense. People who were ready to give ammunition, support, finances to Michael Leslie to go on your continent to destroy you, and then you come back to these same people and doesn't make sense. People who are level than Gaza, people who are level, plain Palestine. Then these same people come and talk to you about human rights. Does it make sense? And then you run to these same people. Next week will be the United Nations Summit again in DC there or New York. You so-called puppet. I mean, the Liberian president already here. I think the summit is on the 24th or so. But he left Liberia on the 5th. So were you dreaming for this day? The event is on the 24th. And you live in your country on the 5th. The event is on the 24th. And you left your country on the 5th to come and sit in the US to do what? What? What are you coming to say so far that you took 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks to come and sit here and waiting for this date? What did you come for? See stupidity with our African leaders? Reason why we should never trust the Edomite, the Babylonians. Esau. Look at this.
Listen to this.
12 African leaders died after challenging Western control and promoting unity. Patrice Lumumba of Congo was assassinated in 1961 with CIA and Belgian involvement after rejecting Western mining interests. Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso was killed in 1987 after refusing French and World Bank control. Muammar Gaddafi of Libya died in 2011 during NATO intervention led by Hillary Clinton after proposing an African gold currency. Laurent Gbagbo of Ivory Coast was removed in 2011 with French military support after challenging economic agreements. Samora Machel of Mozambique died in a suspicious 1986 plane crash after opposing apartheid South Africa. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana was overthrown in a CIA-backed coup in 1966 for promoting Pan-Africanism. Amilcar Cabral of Guinea-Bissau was assassinated in 1973 with Portuguese involvement. Felix Moumet of Cameroon was poisoned by French agents in 1960. Mehdi Ben Barka of Morocco disappeared in 1965 with French intelligence involvement. Sylvanus Olympio of Togo was killed in a French-backed coup in 1963. Each challenged the economic stranglehold that kept Africa dependent on former colonial powers.
I have heard many Africans saying that African leaders are the main problem we have here in Africa. They have been the reason why Africa have not developed. But the fact remains, Western leaders, European leaders are the major problem we have here in Africa. Do you know how many African leaders these people have unalived? Count them. Those people that wanted Africa to develop. What happened? European leaders, they brought all of them down. All these African leaders you are seeing right now, they knows what to do for Africa to develop, but all of them are afraid. It takes somebody like Ibrahim Traore, Assimi Goïta, and Abdulrahman Tiani to do it because those ones, they are fearless. They are brave enough to challenge this Europe.
Now, I commend my brother for speaking, but I'm not, the fact that he's even doing this on his podcast, on his platform, I commend him. But you see, my brother, I understand when you say the Western leader are the one to blame when it comes to Africa problem. I understand when you say these African leaders know the reason why they are not doing this because they are afraid. I understand when you say that. But the truth is, there's a revolutionary platform. That's why we understand. And we discuss it and bring solution. We understand all of that. All right? We understand. But the reason why we say the African leaders are the one to be blamed or to blame, let me give you the reason. I hope you come across this video like how I'm playing your video. Because collectively, right, we get information and collectively we move. And collectively we win. Let me give you the reason why. Because there's a platform, if we say this is the cause, we give you the reason why this is the cause. We don't say this is the cause and then we have no reason. The reason why we blame African leaders, right? Let me say about the European leader first. Look, you know, we have graduated from a point where we will keep pointing finger at the European leader. We have graduated. Because you know why we have graduated? We have graduated because we know that Esau will never ever desist from what they are doing. The Edomite will never ever stop. So if they will never stop, why should we always continue to blame them and point finger at them when we know they will never ever stop? So what we need to do now is say we know they will never ever stop because of their survival. Say we know that. Now, what can we do? Is to put solution to the table and stop pointing finger at them to say, hey, you are doing this, you are doing this, you are doing this, because it is at their survival that they are doing what they are doing. And now we have come to realize that they will never ever stop and they will never ever work with us. And that is why I started with the podcast to say Esau and Jacob, when they came out from the womb of Rebekah, and it said there were two manners of people, and there will always be two manners of people. They will never ever unite. No way. And that is what I said. Why should we always graft people in when people do not graft us in? So since Esau or the Edomite will never ever stop doing what they are doing, then what is the solution to us? Because someone may ask, so friend, if you are saying we shouldn't blame these people, we should blame our African leader, then what is the solution? Let me tell you that before I even give you the solution. You see, the US will never ever fight anyone that fight back. Never. I want you to understand this before I give you the solution. Because we have studied the world. We have studied geopolitics. We have studied current event. We have studied past event. Now we come to draw the conclusion of what needs to be done. Europe will never ever fight anyone they know can fight back. Never. Never. Europe, America, the colonizer, Esau, they will never ever fight anyone they know will fight back. They only fight people who they know are in fear. They only fight people who they know can never fight back. They only fight people who they know are dependent or who are not independent, but they are dependent. Those are the people they fight. They don't fight independent people. They don't fight people who fight back. Because you know what? They are afraid to lose what they have built. They have afraid for what they have built to be destroyed. So that is why they don't fight people who fight them. Europe, America will never fight China. They will not. They will never fight Russia. They will not. They will never fight North Korea. They will not. They will only fight those people indirectly. That is why they wanted to use Taiwan to fight China. Like the way they used Ukraine to fight Russia. Because you know what? Russia will not come directly to fight them. Because they don't want for Russia to destroy what they have built. But they will use other people. That's why they use Ukraine. Now look at Ukraine being destroyed. These people will never fight anyone who fight back. They will never fight anyone who they think they are strong. They will never fight anyone who they think they are strong. Because they will be destroyed. They will never fight Russia directly. They will never fight China directly. They will never fight North Korea directly because those people have the weapon they have. They know what those people are capable of doing. That is why they used Ukraine. That is why they wanted to use Taiwan, but Taiwan was smart. Even though at the beginning, they were acting dumb, but other platforms spoke on it, and I believe they saw those platforms. And also they learned from Ukraine. So they fall back because they know they can never fight China. Taiwan can't fight China. So they was never going to allow Taiwan to be like Ukraine. But the leader of that place, that lady, she was smart to get the concept enough to listen to China. So before I gave you the solution, I want you almost, like I said, this is a revolutionary channel. We already know Esau will never ever stop from what she's doing. So if we know that, why should we keep blaming them? My brother, I hope you understand it. If we know that they do that for their survival, they will not stop. Why should we keep blaming them? Even though we can bring it to spotlight to expose them, but we have to find a solution. So before I gave you the solution, I already finished explaining it to you. So now you already know the solution, as I can say. I think one of my brother put something here. Let me see here. The Shahid Alliance. Very good. I'm not even going to read the whole thing. But Sekou say the Shahid Alliance. The European nation, the colonizer, will never fight anyone they feel they are powerful. Never. They will not do it. Because they know if you are powerful, if you are independent, if you can defend yourself, you will destroy what they have built. You see how they destroy Gaza and Palestine? You think they want for Europe and America to be destroyed like that? What they have built be destroyed? No, they will not do it. So they will never fight China directly. They will not do it. Look, there will be noise caused. They will cause noise. They cause noise here. Because as we're speaking, World War III is going on. And those nations are not. So you see what North Korea, China, and Russia have done? They have collaborated. So unity, this is where African collectively come in. African consolidated power come in. We have to unite. We have to unite. Do you know why Niger was never destroyed? Do you know why Burkina Faso was not destroyed? Do you know why Mali was not destroyed? Because those people came together, they united. And that's why ECOWAS got scared. That's why AU got afraid. They back up. They told their colonial master, no, we don't need your weapon. We don't need your finances because we will not win this war. These nations have collaborated. These nations have joined. These nations have consolidated their power. These nations have found a common ground. They have one army, so we can fight them. The US will never fight anyone who is powerful. They will never fight anyone who fight back. They can't. Because we have seen history, we are seeing current event, and we are seeing what is going on the geopolitics side. We are saying it. So my brother, yes, we are blaming African leaders because of the division. Yes, we are blaming African leaders because they want to be, I'm a president for Nigeria, I'm a president for Liberia, I'm a president for Ghana, I'm a president for Niger, I'm a president for Africa, I'm a president for Cote d'Ivoire. Oh, I have my nation, I have this. But we are not a nation because we can't defend. How are we a nation? We can't defend ourselves. You are not a nation, you are a colony. An independent nation, a nation is the one that defends itself. Russia is a nation, is an independent nation. China is an independent nation. North Korea, even small as she is an independent nation. She defends herself. You cannot defend yourself. You are a colony. You can't feed yourself. You are a colony. You can't dictate. You are a colony. You have no voice. You are a colony. When your colonial master speaks, you silent. You bow down. You say, yes, sir, you are a colony. You are not an independent nation. You can't defend yourself. You can't make decisions. You can't control your own narrative. People control it. You are a colony. Don't fool yourself. That is why I have no respect for African independence. What is there to celebrate? That is why Liberia is so-called Independent Day. People were telling me, oh, I'll be independent. I never pay mind to it. I never posted it. I don't respect it. Sorry to say it, folks. Sorry to say my brother, my Liberian people. But I don't respect it. What is independent? Since 1847, what have we gained? Since 1847, what is there? as independent. You know what they call independent? Do you understand independent? Since 1847, look at us. What is there for them to celebrate? What is there? All right, I'm going to skip some video, right? We already know what we got to talk about, but I'm going to skip some video because of time. And these are some of the reasons, right? These are some of the reasons we can't keep blaming the Western world. We can't keep blaming Esau. We can't keep blaming the Edomite. We can't keep blaming the Babylonian. Because this is how they survive. Anything that you do to survive on, right, you become good at it. You will never stop. You'll never be guilty. So that is why we need to find solution to our problem than just blaming them, pointing finger at them. Because the truth is, they feel happy. Watch this.
The banks always finance both. Wars don't happen unless the banks agree to finance them. The banks always finance both sides of the war. I mean, even the 9/11 media narrative, that was provided to them in advance. Some of them started their stories too soon, before the planes hit the buildings. This whole idea of a European military, that's another word for NATO, and it's another word for a military that bankers can use. NATO basically arranges wars. Let me also point out to everybody that most rich people in the United States do not pay taxes. Most corporations and banks do not pay taxes. The system is rigged so that it's paid for on the backs of the little people. The Federal Reserve and the CIA and the Internal Revenue Service were all created by Wall Street, which works for the City of London, okay? They were created in order to shift the financial burden to the small people and against and relieve the banks.
So you heard that. These are people that support proxy war, the bank. He said, right, before war happened, the banks had to finance it. Does African people have banks to finance war? You see, and let me say this to Liberian. This is one of the things, right? And we keep saying it. We have done our research, right? And Liberia will say, oh, the war, the 14, 15-year wars that was in Liberia was civil war. It was not a civil war. Where the weapons came from? You have American weapons, foreign weapons, weapons that even one weapon called 1,000 or 500 or 200 or 300. Where Liberians have that kind of money to go buy our weapons? They wanted the war there. And they finance our war. Listen to what he said. Before any war happened, it had to be financed. Are we not seeing it in DRC Congo? Don't we have UN, United Nations, they are looting and exploiting the people's resources, but they said they are there for peace? Look at Sudan. They finance Sudan war. You heard what he said. Before war take place, it have to be financed. Look at Ukraine. Who financed it? So you want to tell me Islam, but who financed Ukraine war? If it was never financed, there was never going to be war. There's a war in Ukraine because it is financed. Billions of dollars have been spent. Billions of American dollars, billions of UK dollars have been spent. It is financed. So you heard that? So this is why we here keep saying, oh, the white man, or European, or Esau, Edomite, or Babylonian. From ancients of days, that's how these people have operated, have been operating, and they are still operating. So we have to find, what can we do? And that it is just unity to bear ourselves enough so that we can defend ourselves. Because these people, they can never fight people who fight back. They can never fight people who are strong. They only fight people who cannot fight back. Because if you can't fight back, they destroy you. You can't destroy them. Their inheritance stay. Their development stay. They fight people who are afraid. I know this is hard to say, right? It is the truth. Go to the White House and ask them, they will tell you. They never fight people who fight back. They never fight people who are not afraid. Because you know what? In their mind, why this person is not afraid? So that means this person, the reason why they are not afraid, they can defeat us. They can destroy us.
We need to stop supporting dictators and Israel. The American taxpayer is paying $30,000 a year for every Israeli man, woman, and child. And most of that money is going into military spending and the repression of the Palestinians, which produces refugees. There are over 40 dictators in the world. The United States loves all of them, except for two. North Korea and Cuba. And Cuba is a good example of the ideological insanity of the United States. Saudi Arabia is the devil. Israel is the devil. Germany and France, for lacking ethics, are the little devils, okay? The United States of America and the bankers are the primary source of support for all dictators on the planet. The common enemy for all people is the deep state that starts with the Rothschilds and the banks and then goes down through the corrupt political systems in every country. These elections are all frauds. The fix is in and the decision's already made, and then goes down through the corporations and the media.
So you heard that, right? These people cannot fight people who are strong, who they think will destroy them. They can. So South Africa, you heard that, right? If you said these people come in South Africa, they have the money because their people control the bank. The reason why you are not saying the bank or these powerful people stay there and they are allowing their people to come. Once their people settle, then they will found them, they will give them money. They will give them money to weapons to build themselves up. And after they have done that, if you're not careful, the next Egypt going to be on the African continent. They will colonize you. They will enslave you. They will do everything all over again to you. They will not relent. You heard that? They support dictator. You heard it. But these same people will come to you and tell you who are dictator and who are not dictator. Why do they support Pombia? Is Pombia not a dictator, but they support Pombia. Is Farouk not a dictator, but they support Farouk? Is Ouattara not a dictator, a bad man, but they support Ouattara? They support all these bad leaders, all these bad governments. They support them. They fund them. But you will still run to them. They will still come and defend dictatorship to you. And you still take the narrative, who is a dictator, who is not a dictator. Don't you know who is a dictator? Don't you know who dictates to you? Don't you know who treats you? And you still run to these people? Who gave you the audacity to come to them? They are not fit. Who lied to you? Like Malcolm X said, who lied to you?
Ibrahim Traore, president of Burkina Faso, is in danger. And the usual suspects, the United States, are up to their usual games. I'm going to tell you what they've accused him of and why. I'm going to give you the exact step-by-step playbook they use against African leaders and how every one of you, from Africa to Black America, can help protect the greatest president Africa's had in generations. Pay attention.
I can imagine a situation, though, in which the ruling elite of a country is receiving gratuities on the side that in order to the benefit of the strongman leader and not to the populace of the country. Does that sort of corruption and bribery go on with regard to the Belt and Road?
Absolutely, Chairman. I see this, and I don't mind calling them out, but Captain Traore and Burkina Faso, as they know that both, whether it's their gold reserves, that is all those proceeds are just in exchange to protect the junta regime.
That was General Michael Langley, commander of U.S. Africa Command. He is the mouthpiece accusing Captain Traore of stealing gold from his own people. Take note of that, because I will return to this important detail later in this video. So they say Traore is abusing his own people, yet Burkinabes aren't complaining. They're celebrating the man who built the country's first national gold refinery. Takes basic pay, no mansions, no Rolexes, no luxury cars. If he's stealing, where's the evidence? There is none. They've never needed evidence when it comes to Africa. In 1983, Thomas Sankara took power in Burkina Faso through a coup. In just months, he made the country food self-sufficient, vaccinated millions, built schools, empowered women, and warned Africa. He who feeds you controls you. 4 years later, Sankara was assassinated by his own friend, Blaise Compaoré. That traitor to Africa ruled Burkina Faso for 27 years up until 2014. The West didn't call him a criminal and worked with him for almost 3 decades. In 2022, Captain Traore took power in Burkina Faso. In just 2 years, he built the country's first gold refinery, kicked out French troops, launched free education for all his citizens, signed a nuclear energy deal with Russia, built affordable housing for low-income communities, and formed the Sahel Alliance with Mali and Niger to defend African sovereignty. The Western media have not reported on a single one of these amazing deeds. Search Google and all you will see are articles about unrest and his government labeled a military junta. France had 100 years in Burkina Faso, and they didn't do what Traoré has done in less than 2. This is Anthony Blinken, former US Secretary of State. That is Gabon's General Brice Oligui Nguema, who took over Gabon in a coup. Nguema ousted Ali Bongo, whose family ruled Gabon for over 56 years with French support. I don't believe it was a real coup. I believe it was a changing of the guard, because I found out Nguema is actually Ali Bongo's cousin. This is literally a family affair. Blinken, the same man who accused African Stream of working with Russia and had them deplatformed everywhere, is here welcoming a coup leader to Washington. The US government then gave this coup leader millions of dollars for his presidential campaign. Last month, Nguema won that election and is now president of Gabon. He hasn't done a tenth of what Traoré's done for his people. 2 coup leaders, one the US calls a criminal, the other is welcomed to the White House. Africans, Black America, they're playing us for fools. I will now give you the African Leader Elimination Playbook. Burn this into your minds. Phase 1, discredit the leader and label their government illegitimate. Gaddafi was called a dictator before they bombed Libya. Phase 2, sanction and bully the leader and his nation into submission. ECOWAS was pushed by the West to sanction Mali and Niger after their coups and rejection of France. Phase 3, destabilize through sudden random coup attempts and unrest. Lumumba faced chaos in Congo before his CIA-backed assassination. Gaddafi faced endless unrest before his execution. Phase 4, claim human rights violations against the leader and his government. Gaddafi, Lumumba, Mugabe, and Saddam Hussein were accused of abusing their own people to justify intervention and the restoration of democracy by the West. These claims in recent decades are typically pushed by a Black person to absolve claims of racial prejudice. They sent Colin Powell after Saddam. Obama took down Gaddafi. Now Langley is being sent to take down Traoré. It's so transparent, it's insulting. Phase 5, arm opposition and insurgencies and call them freedom fighters in the media. People forget Osama bin Laden was a CIA asset in the 1980s with the Mujahideen, the same people who later became Al-Qaeda. Phase 6, remove or eliminate that leader using his own people. Sankara was assassinated by Compaoré, his friend. Lumumba betrayed by Congolese rivals. Gaddafi lynched by Libyan rebels. Phase 7, oversee democratic elections to install and maintain a West-friendly leader. These leaders then stay in power for up to half a century, while the West calls it democracy. Obiang, Equatorial Guinea, 46 years in power. Biya, Cameroon, 43 years in power. Bongo, Gabon, 42 years in power. Museveni, Uganda, 39 years in power. Ungweso, Republic of the Congo, 39 years in power. Kagame, Rwanda, 25 years in power. These are things the people of no Western nation, including the US, would tolerate. Imagine Trump staying in power for 46 years and claiming it to be democratic. That is what they've pushed on us in Africa since they allegedly gave us independence. Some of these African presidents are in their 80s and 90s now and have been in power longer than most of their citizens have been alive. Notice not one of these African leaders have spoken in defense of Captain Traoré. Not one of them have supported him. Tinubu of Nigeria joined forces with other West African leaders to sanction Traoré and his allies in Mali and Niger. It is truly embarrassing. They tell us Russia and China are evil, but history tells us Russia and China never colonized or enslaved us. History tells us they built roads, railways, energy plants, refineries, and telecommunications across Africa, while the West built debt, division, and dependency on their monetary systems. Ask yourself, do you care more about what a person might do to you or what they have and are doing to you? America, Black America, the United States government does this to Africa in your name. If you say no, they lose their mandate and moral high ground. Because if even their own people won't believe their lies, what excuse do they have left? Now, and this is important, we cannot have another Blaise Compaoré. It must be made clear any African who harms Captain Traoré will face consequences. Their family names will be forever destroyed. Their children, grandchildren, and associates will become persona non grata across all of Africa. They will not be welcome anywhere on this continent. We as Africans must have a code. Anyone who betrays the people cannot sit as president enjoying the spoils of their treachery. They want Captain Traore gone not because of what he is doing, but because of what he is inspiring. Imagine if he were president of Nigeria. It would change the entire world. And that's what they fear. That a little boy or girl somewhere in Africa is watching Captain Africa and one day will grow into a man or woman who rises to take up Traore's shield. A continent, Black Africa, that no one's ever looked out for. That one by one, African Avengers will rise and assemble across the continent for generations to come. Every time they eliminate one, 10 more rise in their place, stronger and more resolute. That is what they fear. A man can be locked up, destroyed, but if he devotes himself to an ideal, he becomes something else entirely. He becomes legend. If you want to learn more about Africa's past, present,
we are getting there, folks. I know we almost, so I already skipped some of the video because of time, but there are some video that, you know, I can't really skip. All right. But anyway, you listen to that, right? So you see in this video, right? Even though he point out, and, you know, the heir of the Babylonian, the heir of Esau, the heir of the Edomite, the Western world, right? He pointed it out, but he also pointed solution to the African problem, what we need to do. And he said one thing: if any African leader sit there and partake to even try to assassinate Abraham Traore, your children, your generation will be non grata. We will run them out of the African continent. And if they are out of the African continent, they will never, ever come back in history again. They will never. They will stay to where they are. They will stay to where they are. They will be in the West. They will never go back to the African continent. And if they are on the African continent, they will be in problem. They will be haunted. That is a very great solution. We have to protect our own. We have to build our own. We have to be reliant on ourselves, not the West. So you saw in this video, he never just point finger at the West or at Esau. He brought it out. But what he do? What did he do? He brought solution. We Africans are the problem. And you saw how he named Tinubu and other African leaders like you people are the problem. That's where we need to go. Because if we keep pointing finger on the West, right, the corrupt African leader will be happy. They will be pleased because we are not pointing them out. Because we are not naming them. We are not giving them a solution. We are not telling them this is why you need to. It's not that they don't know. They know it. So that is why we find it necessary. Okay, we can point out to the West. But then what is the solution? We go back to the African continent, to the African leaders, and tell them this is a solution and call them out. Because, like we're saying, right, America will never stop what she's doing. Never. Because that's her survival. That's why she wants to maintain her empire. Europe will never stop. And you see their empire crumbling. They see it. You know it. They know it. Let's continue here. Let's listen to P.A.O. Lumumba, what he said about Europe, about America, about the West, about Esau, about the Edomite the Bible spoke of.
Is the poverty, the reality is the poverty of Africa is the glory of some civilizations. Poverty is an industry. Ignorance is an industry. Big industry. And there are those who want Africa to continue to wallow in poverty and to wallow in ignorance because it is their safest bet to their continued benefit. The day we wake up to that reality, the safer we are. That is why the English had this beautiful saying, let sleeping dogs lie. So we are sleeping, and we are being allowed to lie. And we are being hypnotized into even greater sleep and slumber, to dream even further. But I'm telling us, if Africa is to realize our dream, we must wake up. If Africa is to win the lottery, we must buy the lottery ticket. God bless you.
Now, let us listen to a beautiful queen, what she said, right? Let us listen to her. She asked various questions in this video. So listen. You, Jacob, listen to the question she's asking about Esau.
Coming to Africa to save. Why are missionaries still coming to Africa to save us? It's 2025, and yet we still see people flying in from the USA and Europe, landing on African soil, preaching to us about God, salvation, and how to live. It's got me thinking about something I read. A letter supposedly written in 1712 by a British slave owner. It's called the Willie Lynch letter. Now, the letter itself is fake. Historians have proven that. But the method it describes, that's where it hits. Because it's not just about slavery in America, it reflects a mindset that shaped colonial Africa too. And in some ways, it's still shaping us now. The letter talks about how to control people, not with chains, but with fear, division, and psychological conditioning. Split them by skin tone, age, gender. Break the men, burden the women, destroy trust between them, make them easier to rule. Sound familiar? This isn't just a story of plantations in Virginia. It's the story of empire. When the Europeans came to Africa, they didn't just take lands, they took minds. They brought Christianity, but it was used as a tool for control. People were told their names, cultures, and ancestors were wrong, that to be civilized, they had to obey. That to be holy, they had to forget who they were. Even today, those ideas haven't disappeared. We still see missionaries preaching that Africa needs saving. But saving from what? Our own ways, our own faith, our own heritage? And it's not just religion. The same tactics show up in how we're taught, what we're told is beautiful, even how we relate to each other. So yes, the Willie Lynch letter is a hoax. But it still describes something real, a system designed to divide us, a strategy that started centuries ago and never fully left. This is the Africa you're not shown, but I'm here to show you.
2 manners of people are in their womb. One man got a woman, Rebecca, pregnant. But Rebecca found out to have twins. But then one have leprosy. And that leprosy was described as red, the one you call white today. And it was prophesied that 2 manners of people in their wombs have two distinct, are distinct. Their characteristics are different. Their ways are different. Their humanities are different. Their thoughts are different. And the 2 manners of people came out. And one was described red, which is white today. And what was described red was named, biblical name, Esau or Edomite. So, from ancients of days, it was said there was 2 manners of people. But one have not yet gotten it. The other one, which is Esau, they got it. That we are 2 manners of people. and that we can never interrelate, and that we cannot be grafted in, that Esau can never graft Jacob in. But when Jacob always want to draft Esau in. And whenever Jacob dropped Esau in, when Esau come, Esau infiltrate their system, their behavior, lie to them, and steal from them, exploit them, dehumanize them, enslave them. But Esau can never ever graft Jacob in, because Esau know the danger of grafting Jacob in. And you know what Esau did? Then Esau told Jacob, your God is fake. Your Jesus is fake. Come to my Jesus. Your Jesus does not like you. Your Jesus curse you. When you come to my Jesus, my white Jesus, you will go to heaven. So deny your Jesus, deny your system, your belief. Come to my belief. The false Jesus. Now you wash up, they say Jacob now go to Israel and bow down to white Jesus. They say Jacob go to the Vatican and bow down to white Jesus. They say Jacob go to Mecca and bow down to stone. Then why couldn't you bow down to the Menon stone in Africa? Eh? Why couldn't you bow down to the Menon stone in Africa? Eh? You go to Egypt, you bow down to a wall. Why couldn't you bow down to the wall in Africa? Why can't you go to Egypt? Why can't you go to Timbuktu and bow down to the wall? Why can't you go and bow down to the ancient wall? But you go to Israel that was founded in 1948 and bow down to a war in 1948. When your war existed before 1948, thousands of years your war existed. Thousands of years your rocks existed. But you don't bow down to it. But you bow down to a wall, to a stone that was founded in the 16 or the 1800 or the 1900. You bow down to those walls. You go and bow down to a pope in a Vatican that was founded after they look at your Jesus and stripped your Jesus and stripped your God. They changed your God to their God and make it white. In the 1600 or the 1500, they changed your existence, your God, to their God and painted it white. Caesar bourgeois, they make as Jesus. And you go and bow down to it, to the Vatican. You bow down to the white man, to the white God. You bow down to the Pope. That's white God you bow down to. You left your God. Why can't you bow down to your tradition then? You left them. You see? Two manners of people. One don't know that he is the powerful being on earth. One don't know.
Understand what consolidation. I hope that some of you understand what consolidation of power means. Okay. A couple of days ago, pieces of shit ICE agents invaded a Hyundai factory, right? Arrested 475 people. 300 of them were South Korean. Guess what happened? The South Korean government called bitch ass Trump. They said, we're going to send a plane for our people. You're going to put our 300 South Koreans on a fucking plane. You're going to send them back home. In addition, we're probably going to shut down that fucking plane. Guess what? They did exactly what the South Koreans did. That's called consolidation of power, because they understand that South Korea and China, they're allies. So those of you who like to say, I'm not African, I'm not this, I'm not, you try to distance yourself from your blackness, from your African heritage. That's why you're so fucking weak around the world. You understand? Ibrahim Traore or Julius Malema need to become the president of the United States of Africa. Once the United States of Africa is consolidated, these motherfuckers, they're going to be the weakest people around. This is why they fight so hard to make sure Africa is not united, because they understand their strength comes from their alliance with other Europeans, with NATO and all this other shit, because they're fucking weak. But guess what? We're way stronger than them because we're in every corner of the fucking world. All we have to do is consolidate our power. If they dare to do the dumb shit that they've been doing to us, and we had a strong government, a strong nation behind us, guess what? These motherfuckers would cave, just like bitch ass Trump just caved to South Korea. Y'all have a good one.
You heard that from our brother. No comment. He said it very plain and fair. I don't know if there's a better way to say it, but he said it better than me. So it was still right there.
I don't know why Daniel Levy didn't do this years ago.
So you bring your dollar, euro, pound here. Currencies that are stained with the blood, sweat, and tears of my people. Paper that only obtains its weight because you robbed me of my inheritance. My land, my gold, my copper, my cocoa, my tea, my rubber, my cobalt. You took us alive to work your fields, whipped our backs to pick your cotton, wouldn't let us breathe. And even dead, you wouldn't let us rest in peace. Because where would you get the magnificence to fill your museums with? You call us poor? Well, our gold fills your banks, our artifacts fill your art galleries, our food fills your bellies, and our diamonds and tanzanite make your crowns shine. It's funny how we are your providers, yet you've managed to convince us that we depend on you. The very us that import nothing, yet export everything. I hope you taste our blood. I hope you taste it with every sip of our coffee that fills your mugs. I hope as our tea travels down your throats, you taste the bitter screams of my people as whips slashed their backs while they were trying to catch a breath while picking those tea leaves in the scorching summer sun. And to my people who they misplaced, they might have taken you out of the motherland, but the motherland lives within you. The blood of our ancestors coursing through your veins calls you to be one with the land. To all the sons and daughters of the soil, reclaim your power, for the throne is yours.
Now we're gonna play the last video, right? Why we love Abraham Traore and why. Look, Abraham Traore is doing a very great job, man. He's creating leaders. And this is why the Western world, Europe and America, see him, see the Shahid as threat. Because you know what? The Shahid nations, right? They are not just behaving like Cameroon, like Togo, or like dictator that the United States can support or Europe can support. These are people who are growing leaders who will come after them. These are people who are growing conscious-minded people. You see, the last time we reported on the so-called biased, evil United Nations. Yes, some of you may not believe it, but we have come to study and analyze the UN. The UN is just us, the terrorists on the African continent. The UN is just as the terrorists. There is no difference between the terrorists and the UN on the African continent. And this is hard to digest to some of you. And some of you will never believe in what we are saying because you don't know what we know. Or you have never analyzed or studied and analyzed the United Nations. So you will never, ever get it. But the United Nations came out and reported that down, and we reported on it. How Abraham Traoré, the UN, said Abraham Traoré was abusing children in Burkina Faso. He was abusing minors, recruiting them in the army as soldiers. But see the dividend. We are not listening to no Western narrative no more. Never. Maybe few of us we're still listening to Western narrative. But anything come from the West is BS to us. Listen to this. See this. See what Abraham Traoré is doing. Look at what Abraham Traoré is doing, folks. This is what the United Nations call child abuse. This is what the United Nations call child soldier, child abuse. See the dividend. See what Abraham Traoré is doing, folks. Oh man, the kings of kings.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, hello. I stand before you with immense joy and a deep feeling of gratitude to address.
He was fired just 3 weeks before he was set to retire.
And now he's becoming an industry whistleblower.
You this word of honor of all the campers present here on the occasion of the ceremony of our holiday camp in Somabo 2025. During these few days of camp, we have lived an unforgettable experience.
She is 12 years old. 12 years old. Do you see what is happening? The West is shaking. The West, they are angry. I can tell you, Washington, D.C. is angry. Angry for the wrong thing. To them. But to us, it's right. So you see, Europe is angry for the for the right thing. But to them, it's wrong. But to all, it's right. This is a 12 years old girl. 12 years old, conscious-minded. 12 years old, the leaders of the African continent that Abraham Traoré is raising. Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. The leaders. You see the solution? Under no circumstances, Washington, D.C. will make this guy to be like Ouattara. Under no circumstances, Washington, D.C. will make this guy to be like Alio Bongo, to be like, how do you call it, Al-Assad, the former president of Senegal. Under no circumstances, they will make these people, these leaders, these African leaders that are coming out, to make them look like Farouk. Under no circumstances, they will make this leader of such like Paul Biya. No way. It will never happen. They will find it difficult to penetrate the African system. That is why they try to lie. Like the way they can lie, and they've been lying to say Abraham Traoré is abusing minors, is abusing children. Because they see, they are observing, they are watching what Abraham Traoré is doing, folks. We should protect this man. Look at this baby. I watched this video. I felt with joy. I was happy. At the same time, tears came from my eye. I said, yes, this is the Africa we want. Where opportunity will be given not because of choice. Opportunity will be given not because your father is in higher position or your parents or your relatives are in higher positions. Opportunity will be given because it is the right of the people to have the opportunity to protect and defend.
An experience of discovery, of learning, of camaraderie, but above all, of love for our country. For this, I would like to sincerely say thank you to our uncle, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, President of Burkina Faso, head of state, for having offered us useful holidays. Uncle Ibrahim Traoré, may God bless you and give you a long life. Each activity, from the citizenship workshops to the memorial hikes, discussions on Republican values at the time of singing and fraternity, has allowed us to better understand what it means to be a good citizen. We have learned that patriotism is not limited to words or a flag. It is seen every day in our actions, in our behavior, in our respect for others, and in our commitment to the common good. We have also discovered or rediscovered the history of our country, its struggles, its heroes, its hopes. This has deeply inspired us. Today, we leave with a higher consciousness, a renewed pride, and a clear responsibility to make the values of our nation shine wherever we are. Allow me also to express, in the honor of all the campers, our sincere gratitude. To our staff, thank you for your patience, your kindness, and your pedagogy. To our fellow campers, thank you for the moments shared, the enriching debates, and the team spirit. By leaving this camp, we know that this is not the end, but the beginning of a commitment. A commitment to be young, responsible, respectful, and proud citizens of their country.
Vive l'initiative présidentielle Faso-Mebo, vive le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré et vive le patriotisme actif et éclairé. La patrie ou la mort, nous vaincrons. Je vous remercie.
Meanwhile, let's listen to Burkina Faso Prime Minister Bombshell's speech delivered on this occasion. On behalf of the President of Faso, Captain...
Sorry, folks, we can't play all the entire video, man. But did you see that? Did you see that? Look, I'm telling you, I shed tears the first time I watched this video, man. I was so emotional. I was excited. I was happy. I was moved. I was touched. I mean, how can you do? I mean, every war I was just, oh God. So tell me, that girl, she just won in the million. And you heard what she said? We thank Captain Abraham Traoré for the camp process. Because look, these kids, they are in school, and then they have already their military base there. Oh, God. Did you see? The West, they are panicking. You see why we have to support and protect the AES? You see unity that they are afraid of? And just to end, this is what I wrote. I said, and that is what Captain Abraham Traoré understand, that political freedom also comes with economic freedom. And economic freedom also comes with social freedom. And social freedom also comes with freedom of control, controlling the narrative as well. And freedom of controlling the narrative also comes with freedom to the land. Freedom to the land also comes with freedom to raise or to rise or to raise the next conscious-minded people that will lead and protect the land, the narrative, the space, the resources, everything in it. So freedom does not just come politically. that we have now, where you have African people think they're independent and they go vote. No. It also comes economically. It also comes socially. And it also comes by building the next generation, not the Western world deciding who will be the next people to lead. Abraham Tuare understand this, folks. We have to unite. We have to gather. We have to group. We have to come with one understanding. And we have to stop grafting people in. No. The Bible said it. That is why when Paul was sent overseas to go preach, what did they tell Paul? Do not go unto the way of the Gentile, but go to the lordship of the house of Israel. So even Paul was told. So when somebody tell you, oh Paul, no, because those that were in Rome, the Israelites, the lordship, that's why they called them the lordship, because they felt that they were Gentile, because they were practicing the way of the Gentile. So that is why they told Paul, go unto the lordship, because they were lost. And they thought they were Gentile. They were lost because they were buying down to the Pope, to the white man God. They were lost because they were buying down to the Mecca, the rocks. They were buying down to the rocks. So that is why they called it the lordship, because they felt they were Gentile. They felt they were in Rome, they were Roman. So they told him, do not go unto the way of the Gentile. Go unto the way of the lordship of the house of Israel. No, don't graft the Gentile in. Don't do that. That is why you have some of our so-called pastors today who will tell that John 3:16, they go quote John 3:16. But I don't know that John 3:16 was a conversation that was started by two Israelites, by two Jews. And that is why Jesus said, just as Moses lifted the scepter in the wilderness. That is 14, John 3:14. So shall the Son of Man. So who did Moses lift the serpent in the wilderness for? So you see, Jesus gave an example. Just as Moses lifted the serpent in the wilderness for the Israelites, so shall the Son of Man also come. And then before it went to verse 15, then it entered 16 and said, so for God so loved the world that whosoever, so that whosoever was talking about the Israelites. And that is why it says whosoever. It said what? For God so love. Who did God love? In the past, ED. God loved the people that he gave the law, starting the commandment to. And who did he give it to? He gave it to the 12 tribes, the Israelites. Who did God set above all people? Again, the Israelites, because he loved them in the past when he created them. So he set them above all people. Those are the people he loved in the past. So did you understand that, folks? Don't draft the Gentile in. The Gentile know that very good. That is why they never draft us in. They only bring us in to build their nation. They bring us in to build their nation. And that's why when you read the how they call it, judgment, the revelation of Jeremiah, when you read it, it will tell you how judgment day will be. The Gentile, the good Gentile will be drafted in. And they will be drafted in not because salvation is for them. There is nowhere in the Bible that you will read and say salvation for the Gentile. Nowhere. No pastor. I put my head, I'm not a pastor, but I can debate with any pastor. There is nowhere in the Bible it says salvation for the Gentile or salvation will be drafted in for salvation. I mean, the Gentile will be drafted in for salvation. No. It says the Gentile, the remnants of the Gentile, after they have been destroyed, because even some of the Jew or the Israelites will be destroyed. That is why the same Bible says judgment day will start from the church, because some of these Israelites are to be destroyed. Some of these black people need to be destroyed who are preaching falsely all around here. They need to be destroyed. That's why it says Judgment Day will start from the church. Why didn't it say Judgment Day will start from the club? Why didn't it say it? Why didn't it say Judgment Day will start from the hotel? But it said from the church. Because most of these black people who are Israelites, they are wrongfully preaching, they got to be destroyed. So the Gentile, the remainings, after they have been destroyed, the remainings will come along with the Gentile. But that doesn't mean salvation is for them. And they scrap. Why would they will be in the kingdom for? They will be in the kingdom to build the kingdom. The same way that the Israelites were in captivity of the Gentile and build Europe and America, Rome. That's the same way the remainings of the Gentile will come along with the Israelites and they will build. And then from there, finally they will be destroyed. They have to build. No, it is not. Because first of all, heaven is not you. You're not going to heaven. Read your Lord's Prayer. The Judgment Day, you're going to stay around this earth. Guys, now you think he's going to destroy this earth and take you where? This is his creation. He's not going to destroy this creation and go create different place and carry that. No. That is why he said, when he's come back, he's going to take the Israelites back to their land. Were you in heaven before? So you see, that's why he said Judgment Day will start from the church. Because some of you people are lying to your congregation. If he said he's going to take you back to your land, so that means you were in heaven before. No, it's right on earth here. Your land is where he said, you will never enjoy the fruit of your land. Your enemies will enjoy the fruit of your land that we are seeing today, our resources. And then they are enjoying it, our labor, they are enjoying it. You are not going nowhere. You are not going heaven. Heaven will be on earth here. And that is why the remaining of the Gentile will come along to build a new heaven, because he's going to destroy all these things. These are the heaven of Esau. These are the heaven of the Edomite. These are the heaven of the Gentile. These are the heaven of the Babylonian. He's going to destroy them. And then the new heaven have to be built by the remainings of the Gentile. That's why he said, one who led into captivity shall go into captivity. God deal with nations. So the Israelites, they are nations. The 12 tribes, they are nations. So God deal with nations. So that is why when our forefathers sinned, it was not all the Israelites that sinned, that broke the commandment, that went against the commandment. It was the clergymen, it was the leader, it was the kings. Just how today our leaders are making the mistakes. And we suffer it. Just how today our leaders in Africa are making a mistake and they are not suffering. We are suffering. That's how it was like. That's why God deal with nations. That's why when he cursed a generation. And he said, you will never be free. You will never get salvation until I come back. So those are the people salvation for. Those are the people that need salvation, because they were the one that were cursed. They were the one that went through the curses. They are the one that are still suffering. And he said, no one will free you. You shall go into slavery, and you will be there with bound men and bound women, and no one shall free you. Who went to slavery? White people went there. He said, no one shall free you until I come by to give you salvation. That is what salvation means, to be free from your enemies. So salvation and repentance is two different things. Salvation and repentance, it can be, it's two. Now it can be, in fact, it's two different things. Only the Creator can give you salvation. The preacher man can make you to repent from your sin, or can make you to repent from things that you are doing. For example, right? Thou shalt not lie down with another man. Another woman shall not lie down with another woman. Thou shalt not wear that which belongs to a woman. A woman's dress cannot be worn by a man, and a man's clothing cannot be worn by a woman. Those are things that if you've been doing, I can talk to you, you can repent from it. But no man gave you salvation, it was said. So those are the people salvation for, and not for the Gentile. There's nowhere in the Bible that says salvation for the Gentile. Those are the people the salvation for when he comes. So if salvation for the Gentile, why will the same Bible says on the day of judgment, the remnants of the Gentile, they will follow the Israelites. And then in the new heaven, in the new kingdom, they will build. That means they are going to be slaves. But the difference though, they will not be bought break. They will not be castrated. They will not be barbecued. They will not be raped. They will be treated fine. The sick, they will be taken to the hospital. But their place will be there. The Israelites will still be above them. Their place will be there. They will be workers. They will not entry them that the way they did it. Because the Israelites, it was meant for it to happen. But for them, there is no curse. There is no curse for them. It's just justice of what it did. Because we build their heaven, they are coming to build our heaven too. So we are not going to castrate them. We are not going to rape them. We are not going to take advantage of them. We are not going to sleep with their women. No, we are not going to do none of those things. We are not going to feed them with alligator. We are not going to pee in their mouth. We are not going to poop in their mouth. No, we are not going to take steak and juke it in their anus to their mouth, or to juke it to their mouth to their anus. No, we're not going to do none of those things. We're not going to hang them. We're not going to lynch them. No. But they will build the new heaven. One who led into captivity have to go to captivity. Their children shall be slaughtered for their sin of their forefather. That's why you call God is a just God. Why you think the Bible say on the day of judgment, Jesus Christ or the law going to come down, right? And then his whole garment going to be filled with blood. He's going to kill animal. Is that animal that he's going to kill? He's going to kill human being. And then he say he's going to come with his sword, and his sword will be dripping with blood. But you will never hear that in the church. Because you know what? People will run away from a church, and you will not get offering, you will not get tithe. But they need a tithe, they need an offering. That is why it says judgment day will start from the church. Because they are all liars. They are not preaching the truth because they need a tithe and an offering. So they want for people to come. They will not preach these things. But it says when the Lord comes, his sword. Why are you bringing sword for? You wouldn't carry sword on the wall. On the wall from you carry weapon. So he said his weapon, his sword will be dripping with blood. Where the blood coming from? He's coming to kill. Don't let no one lie to you. That is why he said in Matthew 24, he said, I will never send but only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And Paul again was sent in exile, not to the Gentile, but also to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That's why he was told not to go onto the way of the Gentile to preach. Thank you, folks. This is today's presentation. We have to wake up. We have to protect Africa. We cannot allow Africa to be overtaken the same way North America was taken, the same way Asia was taken. We cannot allow them to come into Cape Town and settle there and then gain power and then start fighting out with a nuclear weapon. When we don't have it, we can't fight back. We cannot allow it to happen. South Africa, be one. Peace.
The white power structure, because that's all we have in America. And the white power structure